Hello. I hope this message finds you before it's too late. It's of great urgency, and it needs to get out. And what I'm going to ask you to do is very brave. There's a time coming where this message I'm about to share with you is going to be stopped from going out. The time is right around the corner. It's approaching quickly. And I need all of you who see this to promise that you will share it with as many people as you can, because time is short. I'm going to give you the encrypted message now. Please don't let it be in vain. The message is Romans 10:9 and 10. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved. Please get this message out to everyone. Thank you.
Anyways, Achilles, according to the Epstein emails, it seems that our president may be a homosexual.
Okay, I downloaded all the new files that were released. It's like 25 gigabytes. So which page did you find that?
So I don't know exactly which page it is, but it's the part where Epstein and his brother are talking, and his brother asks him if Putin has the pictures of Trump servicing Bubba.
Oh, yeah, you are right. I do remember I read that.
Yes.
Yep.
There's another part where Epstein says, I have met a lot of evil men, and Trump is the most evil man I've ever met. That came from a child trafficking pedophile, mind you.
And he said something like, he's the one that might spill the beans. He's the one that is the dangerous one, something like that.
The barking dog
The
hasn't
bark.
barked yet.
Oh, yeah. So the dog that barks but won't bite. He was trying to imply there.
Anyways, and Achilles was worried about not having anything to talk about tonight.
And since you brought that up, I want to ask you if you happened to see this picture that got released recently from somebody who flew a drone over the island.
Oh no. Tell me it's not still operational. Oh boy. Let's see here. There's Epstein on the island. Huh.
And he even saw the drone. But
and
it's too late.
I disagreed with you in the beginning of the Charlie Kirk stuff, right? I believed it was an inside job done by Americans, and you said you believed that it was done by a certain nation that rhymes with Schmishriel. And I disagreed with you, okay? But there's been some strong evidence to suggest that Schmishriel was definitely tied to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's even on Tucker Carlson. And my world is flipping right now, Achilles.
I know, and that is a subject. No, I'm glad to hear that, actually. I don't know. But that is a subject that I'm scared of my mouth. So I'm trying not to bring it up because we've been neighboring that nation for quite some time. And they just have no morals. Somebody recently released some things. Hello, Yasom.
Hello, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Cuzzo?
Good in the hood.
Why does your voice sound so sweet today? What's going on?
Are you saying she's usually not sweet?
Of course not. But she's
Sweet. What are you talking about?
extra sweet today. Something's changed.
I have no idea what you refer to.
Okay, now I see what you mean. It sounds a little sus.
Whatever. Y'all boys quit picking on me and go back to talking about your conspiracies, not theories,
It's
but
not
actual.
conspiracy
It
theories.
is.
These were
It's not a
personal
no, no, no. It's not a
personal
conspiracy
exchanges.
theory. No, you're wrong. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is an actual conspiracy. I was
Amen.
telling you.
Amen.
Okay, I'll take that.
And
I have no
and the
choice.
thing is that the more we expose these little conspiracies about everything people take sacred as sacred in this world, the more they're going to realize that the big conspiracy is that this world is a big stage run by Satan, and we are told by God, don't be fooled, fools. Don't love anything from this world. You're gonna get fooled.
Keep preaching, brother.
So the one thing that got released recently, somebody who has Hebrew roots, but he's a Greek. He has a Greek mother, something like Timothy, Greek mother, Jewish father, or something like that. He was able
Keontae,
to.
shut up.
Okay,
Okay.
I take back that comment about.
You mute. I'm sorry. I thought it muted.
Not so sweet now. Poor
Yeah.
dog.
She's in there trying to get the kids to play with her, and they won't pay attention to her, and she keeps going and going. I'm like, shut up.
Oh, she's crying. She wants something.
She can get whatever she wants. She has free reign of the house. She wants their attention, and they're not offering it.
Uh-huh. But she is a beautiful pit bull.
She
Did
is
you
a
have
spoiled pit bull.
Did you happen to see that footage from a house that a burglar got in, and he started playing with the dog of the house?
No, my dog, she doesn't like people that come in the middle of the night for sure. But like as long as I'm there, she's cool. But if somebody tried to do that one time, actually an ex-roommate tried to come through the window and she almost ate the person's head off. So that's not advisable.
Okay, so I'm looking for it. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, I got it. I'll show it to you, and I'll go back to our subject because there's. Oof, sorry for that.
And just to remind everybody, none of us are talking about Israel this evening. All of us are talking about Shmishriel.
That's right. Which is counter, like the corner to the east, a little bit more up, about 12 miles.
12 miles west, precisely. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I thought it was northwest, but okay.
And what do we got here, Achilles? You're muted.
Yeah. So this guy got in that house to steal stuff, and the dog was friendly, like, thanks, dog, you know. But check this out.
Gotta
The
be
dog's
kidding.
watching him rob him.
Mine's eating you. Oh, and nobody can yell at my kids. If you raise your voice to the kids, you are a target.
The dog's like, I don't know what you're doing, man, but Janet's going to be angry. All right. Okay. Thank you for that, Achilles. I would play with the dog too, though.
I mean, he was so cute, wasn't
It is a pretty cute dog. Yeah. If I was robbing that place, I'd play with the dog.
he? And the guy is a dog owner. I saw the way he was playing with it. Like he was,
Yeah.
yeah, he definitely knows dogs.
He was probably robbing this place to go buy dog treats for his dogs.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, really, he's a hero.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I know the feeling with the dogs that I have. Like I'm running out of money on the 20th of the month. So one thing I was saying is that so that guy read the Talmud, and he started it because he heard these allegations that what the Talmud is saying about Jesus. So he started reading it, and he found a lot of stuff about Greeks. So what the Talmud says, and it, for those that don't understand the difference, let me lay it out. As Christians, first off, both Stephen and Yasom have Hebrew roots, and the true Christians can never hate the Jews. If they disagree with some stuff they do, that doesn't make them anti-Semites. We know that God has made promises, and God doesn't take back his promises, and they will be in heaven, but it's a longer process for them. Not all of them. I mean, has nothing to do with a nation. If they accept the Messiah, it's gonna be faster. But the reason I'm mentioning why in the Talmud is because the Talmud was written by men, by rabbis, and they take it like equal to the Bible, to the Old Testament, to the Tanakh, which is the first books of the Old Testament. I've learned a lot of stuff being here with Stephen, because there's a lot of these details that I didn't know. So thank you guys for that. So anyway, according to the Talmud, Greeks don't have a spirit. We are inferior. Shedding Greek blood is a blessing, and it's not murder.
Wow.
According to who?
So the guy was bringing up the chapter and verse for everything he was saying. So if we have an English version of the Talmud, we can look that up.
Wow.
I'm not surprised at all. At all.
That sounds like another certain group.
And I kind of suspect that this might be relating to Christianity, because this is where the apostles, not all of them, but a lot of the gospel was spread around Greece, and they might be hating Greece for that, because they consider Christianity a cult that broke off from Judaism. So maybe
I can't help thinking about how bad the punishment's going to be. Oh my goodness, for all these people coming up against Christians so hard and wanting to chastise and torture and even end the lives of believers around the world. Like, whoa, man, they've got to.
but we gotta always remember. There was yesterday. I had a very long discussion on Gigi's show about a lot of stuff, and when I told them that I gotta go, guys, I stayed outside and I was in the chat. So at some point, somebody asked Christian what's his view on that nation and all that. Christian Pike gave them his answers, but I was typing to him in the chat to mention something which he didn't, and it's a good opportunity to mention this here. Even if we see that this nation has gone so far away from the truth, we need to remember that the whole story of Hosea was written so Israel can know that no matter how unfaithful they are to God, God still loves them, and God will take them back. So that is very important for the end times and for the things that we see. We are
one minor thing though, unless I'm mistaken, and Christian Pike is in the audience. Maybe he knows offhand, but I can't remember. But we need to know whether or not the book of Hosea is before or after the division of the tribe of Israel, because once it divides into Israel and Judah, our Jewish brothers and sisters would be Judah, and us Gentiles, us who were sent out into the nations to lose our identity, we would be Israel. So when he's talking about Israel, I believe it's after the division of the two kingdoms, so that would be directed towards us, you and I and Tabitha.
Okay, what I remember from Hosea, and I can tell you, and you might be able to make that connection.
Mhm.
is that the unfaithfulness that God was describing is that they worshipped other gods.
Mhm.
So from what I remember, Israel separated. Half of it started worshiping other gods, but then the rest of it, the other side, the other half, fell into the same.
Yeah, Israel first, and then Israel dragged Judah into idolatry, and then Judah ended up doing worse idolatries than Israel.
Right. So I don't know if it was before the division, to be honest.
I think it was after, because I want to say in the first chapter of Hosea, first or second, I want to say that it references both Judah and Israel.
So I mean, Google says that Hosea was around 750 to 722 BCE. BC, Google. BCE is a way to get, this world hates the fact that we see the timeline in terms of when Jesus was born. So they're changing that and they're making it BCE, which means before current era.
See, I've been telling everybody it means before Christ, everyone. They
I
can't
like
stop
that.
me.
I
I
like
love the Lord. They can't come at me, bro.
Amen.
before Christ early days. Hey,
So,
so I got
go ahead.
a random, if you don't mind, I got a notice in the mail today
Uh-oh.
that told me I need to renew my driver's license, right? It's due. And I'm just reading through the details underneath. And it tells me that at the time I renew my driver's license, they'll give me my official electronic real ID.
All right. I was about to tell you that
Yep.
you're going to get a real ID if you renew your license right now.
There's nothing you can do about it. I already have, well, I have the star ID already, so I don't know
I
if they're
have
going to
the
make
star
me.
one.
Oh,
Yeah,
then
because
when
mine's
next,
star.
well, this coming August is my birthday, and I have to renew it then. So I'll probably be forced to get that also.
I'm
When,
so tired of things being a forced choice. It's not a choice if it's forced. This is getting ridiculous and out of hand.
but what you just said is very important. It is not the mark because you don't seem to have a choice. So the
And
mark, you will have one.
oh
Right.
yeah, well, this is a precursor, I'm sure, just to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
us conditioned
Absolutely.
for it, but
yeah.
haven't
Well, I'm
got to the
also
mark yet.
it's also part of the way to control your identity, and it's going to tie in with the digital money currency, which is going to allow them to keep tabs on what you're purchasing, so they can keep you within your new 10 commandment carbon footprint. I mean, don't forget, so they can
Yeah, yeah.
freeze your assets if you go over that carbon footprint.
Yep.
And Christian Pike found the smoking gun verse for us, Hosea 1:1.
Mhm.
It says that it was during the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, and Jeroboam, the king of Israel. So this is after the division. So all the future prophecies we see about Israel there are to us Gentiles.
You have the mark.
Okay, I read that, but I remember another prophet saying that I think it was Isaiah saying that God will make Israel come back through jealousy, and uh,
I think it's Judah who is supposed to be brought back through jealousy. Judah seeing our relationship with God is going to make her jealous and bring her back. But I think was that in the prophets? I thought that was no, that's not Revelation. That is in the prophets.
so that's how I kind of see Israel, like the child that has gone away from the father and it does horrible things that I, as an individual, I'm deterred by them, and this I despise what they do, but I gotta remember that they are God's firstborn.
Mm.
And so you will never find me um, being truly anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic. All right, because I'm a true Christian, and my Lord and Savior was a Hebrew. So
I don't know
Amen
what
to that.
craziness is going on in the chats, but that
what's
doesn't
going on?
seem right to me.
So one theory when it comes to this theology of the mark of the beast is that it's not going to be a literal mark. It's going to be your thoughts and your actions represented by the forehead and the hand, and the same vice versa for the seal of God. And I'm guessing Jamie and Christian Pike agree on that.
Mm, okay.
But from technological perspective, I wanna tell my brothers that what Yasom is saying about the real ID, in a sense, what we have is a lot of little systems that they seem to be coming to some unification with these huge databases that exist right now. And there has never been a time in the past where it would be that easy to block you out of your own purchase power,
Oh, sure.
right? So I kind of suspect not necessarily a chip, but there is a way that this can happen as well, because we already use our cell phones for everything. People now use watches, and there are people that have volunteered to have a chip. So they open doors with the chip and they pay with it and they put all their money in it. So all it takes is for a couple of those credit cards to be stolen, so they can say that although we've created this perfect system, the only thing it needs now is to be in our body. And very unfortunately, I see around me 90% of the people will say yes.
Now, see, none of us know for sure, but I have a feeling that the mark of the beast is going to be very closely tied with
Yeah,
AI
yeah,
in the beast system. Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm thinking it's going to be a way for them to physically implant AI into us, but this is
Okay.
speculation.
Well, I'm going to tell you that you guys might be onto something because there is new technology. You know, I'm in the science field with my environmental studies degree. However, there's a study that came across it to my attention that they've recently done in California and parts of Chicago with the handicapped, especially the paraplegic, that they do have a computer chip that they put into several successfully. And it opens their door. It is their credit card, it's their house key, it's their ID. It's everything right in their chip and their hand. And the guy that headed up the study as the first candidate to be basically their guinea pig, he was all over TV using his chip and everything, paying. And that's how they got the chip readers at the Walmart in Chicago that read the forehead and the hand is because of these participants. So they could have somewhere to shop with the first technology of these chips. So they put their hand up and pay for things at the store as well now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about way more than just being connected to your bank account. I'm talking about having the entire internet and your bank account and your family history and all the other answers out there in the universe all tied together in this one little, doesn't have to be a chip, however they decide to use the
Right.
technology to tie in with the AI, but I really think that's going to be it. And
I
people
mean,
will want it.
have you seen those electronic tattoos? It
Yeah,
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
something like that. I
they
mean,
came out.
between that and the computer chip that not only ties to your bank but is your identification and unlocking your house and everything, tie the two together, and there you go. I mean, exactly what you
Plus,
meant.
yeah, plus to all that what that you're saying, guys, you need to add the fact that people are oblivious to the way they're using their cell phone and their computers.
Well, it also
So
says that you won't be able to buy, sell, or trade either,
yeah,
and
yeah,
that
yeah. But
means that this is going to be like the only currency that people are going to accept widely.
right. But what I mean is that you said, Tabitha, that they are. I don't know. I'm not sure you said it. It could be Stephen. That the
If it was
information,
smart, I said it.
No,
yeah,
it was me for sure.
the information that they gather for you will be connected to that from AI. Like
Hmm.
it's learning about us right now, and how it's learning, people don't
They're your
Actually,
social media
they
media
are.
friends.
Yeah,
Well,
they're not suspicious of technology at all. So people heard Windows 11 are out. Oh, okay. I don't want it. I just want to buy a new computer. You buy a new computer and it says, oh, you can't install another operating system on the new computer. It has to be Windows 11. So what people do is like, okay, I'll install Windows 11. They don't know that Windows 11 sells your soul. Whatever you do online
right.
is getting recorded. The same thing happens with cell phones, and the same thing happens with every web page that you go to, and it says, "Do you accept the cookie?" And everybody just wants this to get out of the way, so they hit, "I accept, I accept, I
That's
accept, I
true.
accept."
I do
Yep.
that. Yes,
Yep.
on all of
And
them. I have
so
I
so
what?
think
many
we're all
cookies.
guilty at doing it sometime.
So what you do, you should change that word from accept to concede. I concede. Think of every time that you click that button, I concede.
Hmm.
Because you concede to giving away your information and storing some stuff in your computer that record everything you do all the time. All that
And
stuff
see,
are
you're
going.
not wrong because my uncle, Steven's dad, taught us when we were young to read all that fine print on them government documents for like cell phone contracts, government assistance, everything. And you'll find things you never thought would be in there. And it is so true. And it's the same with that little button that you're pushing.
Hmm. Now think about this, guys. It doesn't just stop there, right? You get Americans to start implanting these things into children. Public school systems start to change also. Now they don't have to spend half their day teaching kids science and geometry and any of this. Now they can just spend all 8 hours a day with your kids, conditioning them to being subservient.
Oh, they're already testing the field to see how many parents will consent to letting their kids be tracked with these GPS trackers that you put in the bottom of their shoes.
Really?
Hey, Richard.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. To jump into a great conversation. I love this topic. No,
Yeah,
that's interesting. I didn't know schools were actually trying that on kids. What did you
Well,
say? It was
they're
parents or schools who were trying it out on their children?
parents. They're selling them and marketing to parents. I know several parents that actually already have them. They come with special shoes that has a little carved out area built in right underneath the pad, and a tracking device goes in it, so you can track your kids' movements while they're in school and everywhere, and you can track them live. Which, if you can track them live, anybody can track them live. Isn't that beautiful? And then just
Yeah,
get rid of the
do
shoes
the
once they
same
have
thing
your
with
kid.
cell phones.
It's like,
mm.
okay, let's throw the shoes away. Now we have the kid. Thanks for telling us where they were.
And they're going to have a kill switch on it. So maybe it is going to be more like a microchip because they'll be able to instantly notify the police of where your whereabouts are, freeze your bank accounts, prevent you from being able to think, basically. Because if they turn off that AI and you've already become dependent on it, you're going to feel mentally challenged without it.
Well, I really feel like this all ties together with the quote unquote new 10 commandments they did. If you read the fine prints of that in your footprint that they really want you to keep low, and it's in there repeatedly, your carbon footprint's mentioned constantly. They want to be able to track that with this digital ID. The digital ID is also going to tie to your bank accounts. You're going to be forced to sign documents saying that you allow them to freeze your bank accounts if you overdo this carbon footprint, and you're not going to have a choice about it. And it's coming, and I don't think it is the mark. I think it's the conditioning is getting us all in a place where without the mark we're going to be handicapped.
And right before this episode started, Achilles told me that he didn't know if we had anything to talk about.
That's hilarious. I mean, come on, if I'm on the show, we're talking. I can't
No,
control.
it's funny. It's funny. We both communicated through email, and we both felt like we really, really, really want to go live and just go scorched earth about the world again.
And then you
And
happen to have me available, who like, this
and
is my
then, yes, of course,
topic.
yes, of course. But then right before the show, like 30 minutes before the show, I was like, okay, yeah, but like, where do you start? What, what should we talk about? But we agreed, like, let the spirit lead, and the spirit sent Yasu,
Amen, brother. It's I
and then
love about
Richard.
being a child of God. You just open
Um,
your mouth and He just speaks in. If He puts on your heart, you've got something to say, then you better listen to Him, brother.
and that's the thing. We have been accused by some that, although we do, they just haven't noticed that we don't do studies. Like, we don't sit down and do a study and come out and do the preaching. We're not that type. We're just people, normal people. We're not preachers around here. We're normal people who are sick of this world. And we are trying to preach to the others that the truth warned us about this world. So we don't need a script. We just go live, and depending on what the subject is, we just share our opinions, because as long as we have the free speech, we should exercise it. You okay, bro?
Amen. Release the Epstein files.
Gigi, did you bring the Epstein files?
Can I throw my 2 cents in?
Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
First off, why is it a penny for your thoughts, but you have to put your 2 cents in? I mean, someone's making a penny there.
Oh,
Ah,
yes.
Never mind. Well, again, I said this, on a few episodes ago, but I think the mark of the beast is going to be some sort of computer brain interface or brain computer interface, however you want to say it, and along with some sort of cryptocurrency and a superior AI than we have now. Um,
amen. I
and
agree.
what did Yasim say earlier about if they wanted to keep you quiet, they could do it. I've seen I've tried looking them up. They're just vanished off the internet, or maybe I'm not looking in the right place. But I remember during the COVID days, there were political speakers who were up there where, you know, other people, like I think Nancy Pelosi was involved in one of them, just kind of went up to them, and just kind of like touched them on the shirt or something like that. And their mind just went blank and it shut down like they had a stroke, and they just kind of hauled them off the stage. I guess my point is the technology I think is being built and is there, and if they wanted to shut you up, they definitely could do it without killing you or anything like that. But
Right.
that they're and what was it? London just passed that little thing very smoothly politically.
Yep.
Because
That,
London's like a or the whole UK, it's very very liberal, isn't it?
yep. That's
But
why
Oh,
but
yes.
like you
you
have
don't
to have
know.
that digital ID just one step closer, I think, and they're just trying this stuff out little by little, and before you know it, we're not going to have a choice.
And at the
And it,
same and at the same time, Greece is just not announcing it. It's moving as fast as the UK digital card is moving. But
Really?
yeah, they're just not announcing it. So what they do with Greeks, because they know we have a zeal for Christianity, and this mark thing is embedded into us, we're not taking it easily. What they did is they released numbers for everybody, even if you don't go and pick up the card. So right now, people have received emails. I haven't yet, because of the email that I'm using, and I'm not attaching it to myself. I don't have a cell phone that I have my credit cards in and all that. Maybe that's why. So I haven't gotten the email, but people received an email that says your mark is this. I mean, your digital ID number is this. And what they announced, they didn't announce it, but what they signed into legislation recently is that when a child is born, it has its number. If you have done any study in social, uh, the word slips my brain, but any social sciences, that is illegal to give a number to a child that is not only
You're
under.
talking about a social security number.
Yeah, but a social security number, I have to apply for it, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's not. They don't give it to us. We can actually go a whole life without it. Just be more
Right,
difficult to participate in society without it.
right, right.
I
I
see what
didn't
you
have
mean.
one till
Okay.
I was 16.
Yeah, but
So,
why'd you get one? Because you couldn't work without one. Exactly.
right,
Exactly,
right,
yeah.
right. And I experienced
Yeah.
this. I experienced this in the US. I tried working, and they told me I gotta go get an SSN, and I was like, okay, you know what? I ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna ask for money. That's what I did. I didn't pick it up, so I don't have an SSN, even if I spent 2 years there. My
Now, I lost my social security card once. Hey, Gigi. And I
Hi.
went to the office to get a replacement. And the lady notified me that 7 different people were using my social security card. So I asked her who they were, and she told me, and I quote, that she can't relay that information because it's an invasion of their privacy.
I
Of
was
their
told the same
privacy.
thing. I was told the same thing. I was like, it's in a violation of their privacy and it's my number being used.
Right.
Wait,
So
so Steven,
basically,
if one of them is taking a mortgage out under your name, just go over there, kick them out of the house, and move in, bro.
I'm
Right?
telling you, and I
That's
can
my
prove
house.
it's me.
But I
But
tried to get them to tell me where, and they wouldn't give me the address either. I'm like, well, if I own the house, why can't I have the address?
But the point is, guys, is both Christmas stockings and Jeffrey Epstein, neither one of them can hang themselves, okay?
Yeah.
Hi, Achilles. Hi,
And
Steve. How are
pineapple
you?
does go on pizza. I saw that, by the way.
Hello, Gigi.
I'm
How
not
are
going
you?
to die on the pineapple pizza thing.
It
Oh,
does
I have
not.
a question for you, Achilles. When you're Greek Orthodox, do you ever kiss Saint's dead skull?
Yeah, never. And Daniel asked me yesterday. He was like, "What? You've never venerated a dead part of a saint, you know?" And I said, "You know what? No, I didn't. So maybe that's why I fell from Orthodoxy's grace. If
Now,
if
I
I
can't.
if I had kissed one foot, maybe I would still be an Orthodox. I would be in the original church."
Now, I kind of understand where they're going, though, Achilles, because I've never venerated a dead person's body. But one time as a child, I scabbed the tip of my toe, and some of the skin came off, and I did mourn for it.
Oh. Did you bury in the backyard?
No, there was no
That
funeral.
would have made your yard technically a cemetery and you wouldn't have had to pay taxes.
Hey, so you guys know Achilles and Richard here were supposed to be in a debate. Richard was filling in for me, and they were going to be doing it with TKA, but I heard there was a whole bunch of technical issues.
Yeah.
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 We
On whose
figured
Both.
it.
side?
We figured it
Both.
out. What happened after TKA got so annoyed by the glitches that he just left without saying bye to 5 people that were in the room. He
Okay.
just he just disconnected and left.
He rage quit on his own show?
Yeah.
I've been there, man. That's harsh.
Uh,
What was the debate about?
um, a wheel with random things that 3 of them would try to present that God it doesn't exist through these things, and our side would be saying, "You have to be really, really stupid to not see a God around here."
Well, then I think maybe the technical difficulties were God's way of saying that their garbage didn't need to be spewed all over the internet.
Yeah, because a week ago we had a random debate with TKA, and he didn't like how it went, and then he wanted to avenge, and take back, like, the
He
room that the hill that he lost, but it didn't work out.
Mm. Yeah, he was silenced, it seems like. And not by you, but by.
Oh no, in the first debate, he was definitely like Achilles won't tell you this, but poor TKA was obliterated by
Oh, I'm
Achilles.
sure. I've watched
Yeah.
Achilles go off on atheists before, so I can only imagine.
He was a good sport about it though.
He always is. Oh, you mean
Thank
the
you,
other
guys.
person or Achilles?
Yeah, you should have seen the other guy.
The thing is that he was prepared to debate another believer, Joseph. So he had like a whole presentation ready, and because Joseph didn't appear,
I hope it was like slideshows and all.
no, I mean, I would wish I would see some atheists like go that far, but they don't. They just type out some text, they get it from AI. I don't know what they do, and they just talk for like 10 minutes, boring you to death. Um, and I got in
It's-
there
what's funny
without
to
anything.
me, what's
That's
funny
that's
to me is some of the brightest minds scientifically that has ever walked this earth so far that we know, in our timeline anyways, that we know of. They have went to bat trying to prove the Bible wrong, and every single one of them without fail come out at the end and say, I can't prove this wrong as a historical document or otherwise. I cannot prove it wrong. Every single time. It just thrills me.
One of the things I had in mind for this, Stephen remembers because I told him many times that I was super bored and annoyed to go and do another debate on the same subject.
Hmm.
And that was making me angry, aggravated. Every time, every day that was coming closer to the debate, I was getting more angry that I have to do this. So at some point, I came up with some ideas to throw, like when they said something, I would say,
No.
I would say, well, I'm not saying that that's a dumb argument, but I am saying that it is a really dumb argument. Are you guys serious? Like, is that the best you got? Like
Hey,
ERVs?
and let's give a round of applause to Theories of Creation also, because I called him with next to no notice to ask if he would be willing to fill in for me, and he was totally up for it. Like, he
Yeah.
wanted details on what the conversation was about, obviously,
Right.
but he was totally willing to jump right in. No questions
you.
asked.
It would have been fun. I'm kind of disappointed it didn't work out, but I was really hoping that little wheel would pineapple plus pizza equals nuts.
I almost agree. Pineapple on pizza is just a crime against humanity, people. Come on.
I want to try pears on pizza for some reason. But yeah,
Peanuts butter on
pineapple,
pizza.
Canadian bacon, and onion is one of the best pizzas out there.
Oh,
You can kick me out of the ministry if you want to, but that is my stand.
I
So you're
mean,
in Canada. Can I ask you a question? Because I recently just discovered this from a German friend. Do you guys do testing for parasites normally on your like doctor's visits and stuff? Is that normal for y'all? And I know this
true.
is out of left field.
I
yes, it
I
is.
did some of those tests, but I went asking for them.
Okay, but you offer them at least. So
Yeah,
what about
because
you in Canada? Do you offer like parasite testing, or is it something that's required, either or?
No one here lives in Canada.
I thought he said Canada theory.
No, he's an
No,
American.
I
Oh
mean
my God.
I'm deep south redneck from Colorado, so it's just a weird mix.
Okay, so you're
My
using it
grandma
as
was
an
from
option here.
Canada though, so
Who's this Canada you speak of?
what's it all about?
What's it all about?
Well, I just found out recently, like I said, that that's a normal thing they offer and even encourage in other countries, and we don't even offer it here. Like, you have to go to a specialist to even get qualified for it. So it's just become a curiosity of
I,
mine.
I had a friend who recently passed away from cancer, and while I was talking to him, he was swearing up and down that he did some research that cancer comes from parasites, and it's basically just
Absolutely.
a
Oh,
parasitic attack.
everything I have researched agrees with that 100%. Even survival scenarios of people that accepted it as that and treated themselves for parasite are still alive 15 and 20 years later for the two examples I have.
Now, I'm not here to judge pizza, but I will say I probably sometime read an article stating that most of the Nazis preferred the pineapple.
I feel like that may absolutely not be, I mean, could be possibly true.
Steve, is it
What's
you
up,
true
hear
that
CJ?
that, Jamie? Tell Terry.
you guys like peanut butter on your pizza? I heard.
Dr. Hovind does.
That's a Dr. Hoven thing, and only ever heard of Dr. Hoven doing it.
I actually did that for him one Christmas, and I made him open his presents on live, on his channel live. I actually gave him, a thing of DiGiorno pizza and Skippy peanut butter, and had him open it. And I don't know, it was good fun.
Well, I can't really judge anybody's eating habits
Well,
because when I was pregnant with my first kids, I would put sour cream on pickles. And yeah, I know you're gonna say, "Oh, it's a pregnancy thing. We forgive you," but I still do it today now. So
That's heresy.
Yeah, that's pretty darn close.
it's so good. I'm telling you.
I mean, why even had a hot pepper if you are going to shower it down? I mean,
It's a pickle and sour cream, Achilles, not a pepper.
Pickle, yeah, pickle, pepper.
But
Yeah, okay.
sour and pickled?
It's
Ugh.
just
Hey, you
something
make
about
fun
it.
of
It has
us
to
for
be.
putting pineapple on pizza, and you put sour cream on
Right,
your pickle?
right.
That's why I
How
said
dare
can't
you?
judge.
Should we just go ahead and vote her off the island now, guys?
It
I
started
mean,
as a pregnancy craving and it became a tradition. I don't know.
You know what, Cuzzo? You could
How's
have
your
told us.
baby doing? Is he healthy, or I mean,
He's actually a straight A honor roll student and really smart and beautiful and looks like an A70s model.
Yeah, but put the pretty smart kids aside. You could have told us that you robbed banks in your past life and got more forgiveness than what you told us about the pickle.
Hey, hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've
Hey,
tried pineapple
that
pizza.
is a
That
way to
was
start a
horrible.
prison ministry. If you go out and rob banks, you can start a prison ministry in about 5 minutes.
Well, I'm gonna have to witness the people that like pickles and sour cream now, I guess.
independent,
Well,
Russia,
totally,
maybe?
totally independent.
There's gotta be like 3 of them in the world.
Yeah, you're gonna be the totally independent, Pentecostal,
An army on my own.
sour,
At least she's
pickle
not putting peanut
ministry.
butter or pickles and sour cream on her pizza.
You're
That-
talking about
yeah.
peanut butter on pizza. My pickles and sour cream is not as controversy as that. Okay.
Since you'll be the queen of your lone country with just you in it, what's your flag gonna look like?
Hey, listen, we're gonna be tax free. I'll tell you that.
Something with
How?
pickles.
Because there's no
And this sums up our
what
episode
do you
of
call it?
hating
Tax collector.
the world.
Achilles, I tried my hardest to take it in another direction. As soon as I came on here, I started off with, according to Epstein's emails, there's a good chance that Trump is gay. And it spiraled out of control into pineapples on pizza.
Mm.
That's
Those
how
emails
people
include
gotta
like,
realize it's Satan behind the pineapple pizza. I mean, see it for what it is.
Now, we can't be that dogmatic, Achilles, because I know Rich personally, and I know he's saved, and he likes pineapple on his pizza. He's just living in the mire, but he's not lost.
Yeah,
you
but
guys-
you don't eat that pizza. It's eating
Okay.
your soul.
I have
You
a
gotta-
question. Are
gotta
you
stop.
guys ready for the light show, bell and whistle show that is this supposed alien technology coming straight for us?
Oh, what is that? That asteroid? That
3-Eye Atlas.
Yes. Are y'all ready?
so
I love that.
Go ahead, Rich.
I mean, I love astronomy. I know Achilles does too. But I was reading an article where every astronomer out there. So okay, let me back up a little bit. I forget the name of the telescope, but they've been working on a telescope for like the last decade, and
Lucifer.
they just finished it. And
Lucifer.
one of the first things they saw was this Atlas stone or whatever, and 99% of the astronomers out there agree that it's just a rock passing through our solar system based on its trajectory. And
Yep.
only one of them brought up the fact that it might be an alien, and that's the one that got attention, and the internet's been blowing up over that
Yep.
one.
And I
That's
really
exactly
think
Just
it
the
was
rock.
with intention because I believe it's going to be the light show for what they're trying to do with the blue beam.
No.
Just a rock
They
passing
have
through our
been
solar system. Nothing to panic about.
they have been prepping. They have been prepping for it, and they're using this as well. But scientifically, it's exactly as Richard said. Everybody that has looked at it, and it's a serious astronomer, said, "Guys, it's just a comet.
Right.
It's nothing." But it was this one dude that said, "Hey, you know what? This is weird," and it blew up. Like everybody,
But that's
there
what I'm
was
saying.
something.
I think that it blew up on purpose. I think
It
that
did.
it
I
was the
agree.
one that the greater powers to be, whatever you want to call them,
I agree, and it is funny,
blow up.
and it is funny how the government sat down, taking also NASA down with it.
Well, that's how
All
they're going to bring back the ancient gods, the fallen, the Nephilim, is by posing them as an alien that got dropped off by this passing spaceship, and reintroduce them into society again because what was old is going to be made new again. Let's be real.
so yesterday at Gigi show, this was the subject. Are
Really,
aliens
I'm sorry I missed it.
are aliens demons? So when Steven comes back, I'm gonna take a quick BRB myself to feed my dogs. Not pineapple pizza for sure.
At least
Uh,
it's not
My
correlated
and
dog's eat
to
fruit and
animals.
vegetables, by the way.
and I will return with to show you something about how they're pushing this narrative. I know you know, but I do also know that you don't know something that I saw yesterday from our brother Daniel Burning Bushes, which was a video of a YouTube channel called James, who supposedly, and I'm going to prove why I say supposedly, he found this object in the middle of the desert after he saw a shooting star, a meteorite falling on the earth, hitting the ground. He went there and he found this very weird object, and he has been uploading videos that you can see that they are amateur videos
Mm.
of the object.
Mm.
And at the end, people suggest he drills into it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he starts drilling into it, he did it on a live stream. And something very weird happens, extremely weird. You're going to feel goosebumps. You're going to feel very weird when you see that. But I'm going to show you why it's faked. Not fake, it's faked. There
Mm-hmm.
are some hints that you can understand that this is not just some random guy. It is a guy who was told your mission will be to start a YouTube channel and pretend you are a random dude. And people are falling for it already. I'm going to show you the video, and you're going to feel for a second that it's real. Like it's that good.
Hmm.
I just wanted to say hi to you guys. Talk to you later, kids.
Gigi, we just brought up the subject that you
I
were
cannot believe you put
about.
this abomination as your picture.
I hope you would stay.
Okay.
Yeah, stick around. But when Steven, okay, Steven's back.
I
Steven,
have
I
take
am
over.
back.
yes.
Okay.
Take over. Change some thumbnails because people are putting pineapple pizza here.
Look, we don't want to be that dogmatic. We are ecumenical, so pineapple on pizza has to apply, I guess.
You know, if I had access to a YouTube channel, I would record a short video of me eating pineapple pizza, and then say God is good, and then put it on
Oh.
just because I have
Hi,
that kind of sense of humor. I go the extra mile.
Hi, Steven.
Hey, Gigi. Richard, why don't you have a YouTube channel for your ministry, man?
I do. It's called Theories of Creation.
I thought so, but then you just said you didn't have one, or you'd post pineapple pizza eating
No, I
on it.
said if I had access to ProverbsGuys YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. You saboteur.
Well, sense of humor, more or less. Uh,
Gigi,
uh,
did you have a show today?
Not today.
You had a pretty long one yesterday.
I will have. Yeah, it was crazy.
Gigi, why do you attract so many Catholics?
I don't know.
oh, speaking of Catholics,
Oh, yeah, Richard, tell us how that went.
should I wait till Achilles is back? You probably want to hear it too, because I know he was talking about it quite a bit.
Honestly, probably yes.
I have a question. See, would you
Yeah.
ever drink water? Dead Saint foot water of a Dead Saint skull?
Nope. I'm a Christian.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Might taste good.
I don't know. I'll never find out because God called me out of paganism.
Oh, okay. You sure?
Positive.
There's too
You
much
sure?
fun.
I
I
always.
remember.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna go back to the eating peanut butter thing. I remember when I first met Dr. Hove and started working at his ministry in 18. Um, it was winding down his touring days, and I got the pleasure of touring with him twice. But we were at this place in Texas. I don't remember the town, but he went by his old church where he used to live and the house he built and all this stuff. And he was going to take us to a steakhouse. And we looked the closest one up on Google Maps, went over there, and turned it up being like $120 a plate. Just forget it. So we went across the street to a little Chinese buffet, and we got on my way to get my second plate. I noticed that they had chicken with peanut butter on it. And I sat down and I mentioned it to Doc. He's like, really? He got up, walked over there. I'm not kidding you. Came back with a full plate, piled like 6 inches off the top with that chicken covered in peanut butter stuff. They're just.
No part of that surprises me about Doc whatsoever.
It's just unexpected and hilarious, man. But
I mean, Yawsome has met Doc in person too. I'm sure that doesn't surprise her either.
yeah, he's a good man.
Oh yeah, he's got peculiarities, but he is a good man.
I miss that place, man. I got to go back there for a little while.
That's the thing. You work so much while you're there and go through so much spiritual warfare that you almost get bitter towards it, even though you love it when you first leave. And then after being away for a couple months, you're like, man, I miss that place more than anything.
Yeah. Well, it's just a family, it's you feel like every day you wake up with a better purpose, the people you meet,
Doing something that matters.
well, I mean, I am doing something that matters. Well, most of the time, and half the time, probably a third of the time. I don't know.
No, you know what I mean, though. Like,
Yeah.
I have a ministry, you have a ministry. Like, we do our part, but knowing that you're taking part of something so much bigger than you or I will probably ever be, it gives you that sense of, like, real accomplishment,
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the community, I think is what I miss most about it.
My wife is like Doc's adopted granddaughter, and she's even been at the old Dinosaur Adventureland in Pensacola.
Really.
Mm-hmm.
I went there to visit once. I think it was also 18 or 19. He sent me on a little recon thing when I was going to do errands, just to kind of knock on the door and see if I can get Eric to come up there, but nobody was home. But it was kind of eerie looking over the fence and seeing everything still the way I guess it was, just abandoned and untouched.
And from what I hear, all the stuff in the museum is collecting dust. And Kent told Eric one time, he said, why don't you give it to me? Like, just donate it to my ministry. It's collecting dust. And Eric told him, you're right. It should be donated to a small ministry. I'll call around and find one.
That's harsh, man.
Like, he is one spiteful little turd.
Yeah. From what I hear from Jeremiah Buckingham told me this. I don't remember where he said he got the information from, but I guess why Eric has so much against him is back when he was growing up, Dr. Hovind was on the road and, doing his thing, not paying attention to everybody but his family. And I guess he just still holds a grudge from Doc not being dad or whatever.
I mean, in total fairness, and this is something I've told Doc, that's a valid complaint because Doc is a great minister and he is great at winning souls, but he is bad at being a family man. He doesn't give his wives enough time. He doesn't give his children enough time. Like, I've seen Kent Andrew drive all the way from Florida to come see him, and he'll just treat him like a regular visitor almost, just a quick hello and then off on his tours.
Yeah. When I was there, Dr. Hovind told me that Eric finally came up there once, so I guess they're making progress.
Yeah, Eric came there while I was there actually, but
really?
He's been there twice now.
Okay.
He came there once on his own, and this was several months back, and then a few weekends later, he brought his family.
How'd that go? What was that like?
It seemed to be promising, but they have these moments where they get along, and it seems like the family's going to get back together, and then between Doc's pride and Eric's pride, it always comes down to give me back my ministry.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, what can you do? It's that dang pride again. Yeah.
But, out of that, we have now 2 good Young Earth Creation ministries.
You're right. I forgot about that. That Eric did end up following in his dad's footsteps.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
I
never looked
wish
into it.
I'm not a big fan of his flavor of creationism because he's kind of in the Kent Ham circles and they've
Mhm.
done a lot to try to block Ron Wyatt's research. But other than that, like I'm glad that they are a ministry and they do care about young earth creationism.
That was one thing I did learn from the Catholics I was talking to. They, at least that guy, was 85% convinced that Ron Wyatt's Noah's Ark site in Turkey was the actual one.
Well, he's right about that. If all his
Yeah.
other theology's bad, he's right about that.
I'll wait till Achilles get back, but I learned something that I wasn't aware of that the Catholics teach.
Yeah, we're
But
looking forward to that.
that,
Jamie, what's up, man?
Hi. Can you hear
I'll
me?
let you, yeah, it just took talking about Ron Wyatt to get you in the room, huh?
No. I've been listening for a long time.
Dude, Mary Nell is giving me the keys to the TikTok channel, and I'm going to be running Ron Wyatt's TikTok channel.
Nice.
that's an honor, bro.
Dude, the honor. I'm going to die with that.
That's a big responsibility. I know you'll do great, man. I know you'll do great.
I was just looking at your channel, and I was going to watch the interview where you interview her. I haven't watched it yet. And then I was like, well, I'll just come in here. I really want to hear what she said about him not being an Adventist. I'm curious about that.
Well, that's not in the interview.
Oh, you talked to her privately?
Oh,
Or,
no. Well, yeah, I've been to her house multiple times.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been in their basement. I've got to read from Ron Wyatt's Bible.
Nice.
I got to play with his cat.
What do you've seen the story where
I'm sorry.
where he where when, like, I don't remember what year it was, but like there's an interview with Danny Shelton from the 3ABN where like he talks about like Ron Wyatt had him come out there with his TV crew to possibly like get the Ark of the Covenant, and they went out there and then he like shooed them away and stuff. Have you heard about that?
No.
Oh, I'll show you later on. So like I have my theory about that. I don't usually even push that one because there's no like evidence that you can show to prove anything. Uh,
Mhm.
Even though I tend to think it might be true or is probably true because I just think he's credible. But like, um, it's very, it's almost like too good of a story. You know what I mean? It's like, geez, like Jesus' blood actually hitting the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, no. That is an extraordinary claim. Um, but for me, it's the only claim he has that does not have any evidence. We have to take that one completely at his word. Now, normally I would tell you absolutely not. However, I've examined his artifacts personally, held them all in my hand, and I've done great deals of research on Ron Wyatt over an extended many years, and I find valid evidence for every single one of his claims except for the Ark of the Covenant. And because I can verify he did not lie about any of the other claims, I take him at his word for the Ark.
That's kind of what I think too.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, but it's so crazy. It's almost like it couldn't be sure. I mean, what do you think? What do you think about what he says about uh, the Ark and the Mark of the Beast and all that?
So from what I understood, I don't know about the Mark of the Beast, but if I remember correctly with the Ark, it's kind of conflicting because Mary Nell doesn't believe it's ever going to be brought out. She doesn't think God's going to allow the Jews to desecrate it. But also, I think I've seen videos where Ron talked about, some of the prophecies given about the Ark of the Covenant and the man of sin sitting on it and declaring himself God or whatnot was conditional. like, if you do this, I will do this, or if you do this, this will happen kind of thing. And he kind of leans towards he didn't believe it would come out of the cave, or at least not be put in a new temple. Good, that's fine. I will also say this, though, because I talked to Mary Nell personally, and she said that Ron was not a Seventh-day Adventist, but that he attended the Seventh-day Adventist church because he wasn't Messianic and he kept the Sabbath. And he also kept the biblical feasts. But even if he was a Seventh-day Adventist, I would have absolutely no problem with it. I don't agree with all the theology, but I know in my heart that Ron was a man of God and that God used him. And whether he was Catholic or Seventh-day Adventist, whatever, I know God had his hand on Ron Wyatt.
Amen.
All right, so any other thoughts on that while Jamie's waiting?
Well, I mean, going back to evidence, I may have missed a part, but I know there was analysis done on what he claimed to be Christ's blood. So if those analysis are true, because it's the only blood that we found that has, 24 chromosomes, then, I mean, I could assume the rest of his story is true, but
I do actually have a video that I posted last week on my channel, and I think it's called Introduction to Ron Wyatt. I believe it's that one. But near the end of the video, it goes into them examining the blood. You can see the microscopes. It's all computerized, even back then, and they have it all on the screen, so you can go watch the video yourself and see this blood come to life.
How do I send you a link? Private chat?
Yeah, you can post it in the private chat.
I'm trying to. I'm not seeing how to post. Is that? Tell me if you see this.
I'm back. Did we condemn pineapple pizza?
No, we're now talking about Ron Wyatt. I didn't
Okay.
get anything yet, Jamie. And Rich really wanted to share with you his hiking trip with the Catholics.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to hear because he mentioned it in the TKA channel, but that was not the best place to talk about that.
yeah.
So how did it go?
Well, I mean, we didn't talk about theology and doctrines too much. You know, these were new people and we were in the dark woods, so I kind of wanted to just keep it short. But I did find out something
Smart.
that I didn't know. So I asked him, in order to get saved, what's required? Like, what do I need to do to get saved? And he couldn't just give me a short answer because there was so much to it. And immediately I was thinking, okay, he's going to go off on something, that's kind of works based and not just, all about Christ.
Mhm.
And one thing he brought up, and this is what I didn't know, is that Peter, he said, the reason that I'm here, I'm paraphrasing, of course, is to make up for what Christ couldn't do. But Christ on the cross said, it is finished, which didn't make any sense to me. And he says, in order to get saved, you need to attend the Catholic masses and follow basically their rituals. And that just, I don't know, sent shivers down my spine almost, Funny thing is, that almost looks like one of the Catholics I was hiking with.
Stephen, we just choose the same jeep. Oh, dude.
Yeah, but Peter was there to make up for what Christ couldn't do. That
I
was
miss your no.
What?
I haven't seen that one in a while.
I mean, I bet you looked at him like this.
Achilles, we've got to stop using the same ones.
You were walking and your eyes went like, he can be serious, right?
well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I was honestly watching where I was walking because it's a pretty steep trail at the time. But I mean,
And that's why I don't do so much dirt bikes. A lot of friends keep asking me, although they did convince me to kind of go back, I still hate it because all you can hear is your engine or your friend's engine. Well, at least with bicycles or with hiking, you can talk to one another. And I'm more about talking in these end times than just, wheeling and whatever.
Bro, I have so many charts. Like, they got pissed at me because I was explaining, like, my understanding, right? About the future of the second coming and the millennium and all that. So I've been thinking about this for a long time.
And, we agree. I just want to point out that it was so funny that I brought a couple of charts to the Orthodox bros, and their reaction were like, "Oh, ha, 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 charts! Oh no, charts!" I'm like, you don't even get the Bible. I mean, we're using visual aid here,
Yeah,
so
it's very complicated. And I
like,
was surprised that Sandman actually agreed with me. Like, I was like, it's funny is when you read the book of Daniel, which is intrinsically connected to the book of Revelation,
yep,
particularly Daniel 7 and Revelation 13, it's undeniable. It's
yep,
undeniable. And
undeniable,
both books, a conservative Christian who believes the Bible is true, basically you have to understand that Daniel was at least put together by Daniel, and maybe later. I mean, you could have the view that later scribes kind of shuffled it together, but
yep,
like the claims it makes is Daniel speaking.
right,
So if the Bible is true, because a lot of false books I would argue you could dismiss because they're falsely attributed, but all the books that are canon are um, you know, actually written by who they're saying they're written by in the text. Otherwise, it would be problematic.
right.
And so, if that's the case, then you have to believe Daniel's writing while he was living, which would mean he was writing that in 600 BC
Yeah,
ish.
and ain't it funny that when you bring up like some chart or some discussion about how the Book of Revelation needs the Old Testament in order to be understood, and you bring up connections between Daniel, who is the one that laid out the time frame, Ezekiel, who is giving us some symbols, Zachariah, and you bring all that stuff, they're like, nah, but then they might go on talking about what some late century saint said, and they talk about it like that's gospel.
Oh, I know, it's sick. It makes me sick because they really don't care what the Bible says. In
Yeah,
the
as
sense
long
in the
uh,
sense that unless they can use it to prove their church, but they're gonna, they're like Jess was like mocking me because it's just your opinion, man. I'm like, dude, anybody who said anything after the Bible was written is an opinion, so it's like, and I've told people this in the past too. I'm like, it really is pointless to try to argue with them from the text. They don't care.
it kind of
Only
is.
it agrees
It,
with their church's interpretation. They
it
don't.
kind
They're not going to look and consider the. I mean, look at Daniel. He's like, I'll suck foot water if my church tells me to.
yeah,
I mean, at least he's honest.
yeah, he does. To be honest, there are aspects of Daniel that I like a lot. He has a lot of zeal. I do think he needs to be a little uh, not consider everybody else a heretic, deep down, and just examine what we're saying. And I think he kind of does, but he does it more silently. I also like Sandman a lot, but there are some things that I want to call out when I see them, and then it's up to them to think about them.
What I don't
Um,
They have,
understand is why don't they freeze the dead person's foot and then put it in the drink like an ice cube?
well, it's miraculously preserved, apparently.
yeah, supposedly, yeah, the answer is that it's miraculously conserved.
Yeah, give me
Actually,
3 of St. Peter's toes, freeze those bad boys, and give me some ice water.
Well, I don't know. They,
Save
they
it, Fred.
probably don't. They probably don't know, but there are around 5 hands of John the Baptist going around the world. There are like
That
three
makes
heads.
sense, Achilles. He had to baptize a lot of people.
Yeah, there are three heads of Saint Andrew, one in Russia, one in Greece, one in somewhere in Europe.
He had a lot on his mind. There's a valid reason for all of this. Now, and the point is, when you talk to Catholics, you almost have to talk to them like they're children, like Jesus, God, Pope, Dad, and they still don't get it.
Ah,
Hey,
my main argument, I'm like, we have all these little issues, but my main problem is that if they talk to an atheist, I can tell they're not trying to make him Christian, they're trying to make him Orthodox.
Yep.
That's what annoys me the most. So if I was talking to Jamie and I was an atheist and I ended up saying, you know what, you convinced me, I'm beginning to believe in Christ, Jamie wouldn't dare tell me, yeah, but where do you find yourself? Do you think you're going to be a Baptist? Do you think you're going to be right? Like it doesn't even cross my mind to think that way. And they're like, I know why you're an atheist. You're an atheist because you haven't tried the Orthodox Church yet.
Yeah, they don't care about bringing anyone to Jesus. They care about bringing people to the church. The church really is their God.
Well, once you get into the church, you have to pay them. So that's their money and their bread. Of course, they need you to come.
And they don't see that because they're not the ones getting the money, right? They don't even see that. They're getting played by this narrative that if somebody is not in the original church, which is like, which one is it, guys?
Right,
The
which
right or
original
the left?
church?
Yeah, which one of the two? Yeah, they don't see it, and
last I checked, the original church was gathering on the Sabbath day, not Sunday. But
Absolutely. And
Hallelujah.
they were messianics. They were not Catholics.
oh no, we mean the original church after the councils.
yeah, it's like, and I try to show them. I'm like honest scholarship that isn't. By the way, any scholarship that gets accepted, sort of in the sphere of like what gets published, like if you read scholarship, people have their biases in scholarship, obviously, but like if you want to like have any respect amongst peers in the general sphere of scholarship, in biblical scholarship, you can't just be a simp for your church. So like, so there's a little. It can go either way at different times, but if you want to be respected, you're not gonna like just totally push for your denominational thing fully, right? Because you just won't be respected by other scholars. Like, but they'll know what your biases are, like if you think certain church is right. But like the general, you can see like club, it's like if you go into like the scholarship on the Sabbath in the early church, and I've read a lot on this. You kind of have like basically the evangelical scholars that are respected will they don't really care either way. But it's what's funny is like really the only scholars that try to argue that the text changes the Sabbath is like the Presbyterians and some of the Reformed, because they want to be sola scriptura, and so they'll make these desperate arguments that tries to suggest the text. But like Catholics, Orthodox, in general, evangelicals or antinomians, they don't really have a dog in the fight. They all agree, like especially the cat. This was funny because on a popular level, Catholics online will take the Presbyterian sort of arguments and try to like use those. But like all the Catholics historically in scholarship do not think the text changes the Sabbath. They think they want to argue that no, it didn't. The church's authority sort of changed it because the church had the authority to do it. If you're Orthodox or Catholic,
They call themselves above God in doing so in their own historical quotes.
yep, exactly.
And what they're doing is they're
And there's
falling,
no man above God. None. Not the Pope. Not none of them.
and they're falling for those doctrines of men that God is warning us against. Men who abstain from marriage, who are saying don't eat some specific meat, during the Lent and all that. They don't get it. That's not from the Bible. That's tradition.
Not once, but twice. If you look into the history of the Pope and their own quotations, it will tell you that they changed the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, and they declared themselves above God in doing so, and then confirm it in their second statement about a decade and a half later.
And when I see the Pope walking around in his white garments, I don't see holy clothes. I see Mrs. Doubtfire.
Well, you know what's funny that I find intriguing is that the priests in the Old Testament would use scarlet, purple, and gold, but then they had blue thread that bound their chest plate to their garment,
Mm-hmm.
and the color blue is associated with God's law because the original Ten Commandments were cut from the foundation of God's throne when it comes down on Sinai.
Mm-hmm.
And so blue is associated with God's law because his you have to look at a bunch of verses, and I have videos on this, but like it comes down on Sinai literally, like in Exodus 24 and other in Numbers and stuff. You can look at this. It's blue sapphire, and the throne is on a platform or a sidewalk, depending on your translation. That comes down on Sinai, and God cuts the original commandments out of the foundation of His throne, which has symbolic meaning too, of course. And so the original ones that are broken when Moses comes down the mountain were made from the blue stone of God's throne, and then but then when He makes the second ones after He breaks them, and then Moses pleads for the people, God has him cut two new ones that he rewrites on the same commandments. But he has those are just cut from stone that Moses gathers on Sinai, but he still hands them over to God. So my whole point was just to say the colors of the scarlet in Revelation, the woman riding the beast, is scarlet, purple, and gold, but not blue. There's no blue.
And I think
God had the same colors, but with the blue, and the harlot woman is missing the blue color.
and I think scarlet is being associated also with sin. I don't remember where I picked that up. I remember when we were talking about the book of Revelation a little more than recently. We kind of looked that up, I think, in the linear study, and we connected this to sin. And the purple, yes. Also the fact that purple is coming from. It used to be the royal color because not many could afford to buy purple. So the Byzantine Empire was all about purple robes. And I don't remember how Scarlet connected with that.
Well, I think it did. You guys, I sent you in the private chat this link of this video of Ron Wyatt.
I opened it up. I didn't press play because I'm listening to the discussion, but it's Ron Wyatt about the mark of the beast.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'd love to see it. You guys respond to it and see what you think. What he says.
Everybody down? Should I play?
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm not going to turn down anything on Ron Wyatt.
Okay, I just want to hear what you think about this because this sounds really Adventist-y to me.
So, Stephen, mute me so you don't get you don't get echo.
Okay. No volume, Achilles.
No sound.
No sound. Weak sauce.
Did you click the sound button when you shared it? I don't know. This is.
No, I did. But Stephen is once a noob, always a noob. So there is also a mute button at the screen, and he didn't unmute that one.
No, I have it unmuted.
Nah, I did it right now.
Oh, okay. My bad. My bad.
Okay, so I'm muting myself, pressing play again from the start.
The tables of stone were found in the Ark of the Covenant. I personally removed them with the assistance of 4 angels who lifted the mercy seat, which I would estimate weighs about 900 pounds of solid gold. And one of these angels told me to take the tables of stone out of there. He said God wants everyone to see those. And so I took them out, backed up, stood there, frozen in place, and I just can't describe my physical state or mental state or anything else. If I didn't have some physical evidence to prove it happened, I think I had a dream or something. But anyway, they are now available to be shown. But we won't say, actually they're on a stone ledge right in the same chamber. That's where the angel put them after I handed them to him. I didn't know what to do with them. And I was told that these are to be presented with the blood evidence when the mark of the beast law is passed or enforced. Now, I know everybody wonders about what it is, the mark of the beast. You've heard all kinds of rumors, stories, and all of this. I'll tell you quick and simple. If you keep the 10 Commandments that God wrote upon those tables of stone, and about which he says in Psalms 89 and 34, those of you that are writing down text, you'll want this one. Psalms 89 and 34. He says, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that has gone out of my lips. He spoke the 10 Commandments from the mountaintop. He wrote them in stone, and he says, nothing will change. Right? If you keep that law, you will receive the seal of God. Soon there will be a set of man-made laws, best intentions, surrounded by a barrage of salubrious soliloquies and sepulchral solicitudes. That's all kinds of stories and all of this instigated by the devil to make you think that this is the best thing that ever happened to the human race and that you could just want to go along with it voluntarily. These man-made laws will require that you break God's 10 Commandments. Christ said to the Pharisees, for it is in vain that they do worship me, teaching the doctrines and the commandments of men. If you keep those man-made laws and break God's 10 Commandments, you will receive the mark of the beast. Now, what I would like every man, woman, and child in this audience to remember, if you forget everything else, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, in full cooperation with his Father, loved us to the point that they were willing to do that on our behalf. It's done, folks. We have been bought with a price. But it'll do us no good unless we go to the Father in the name and blood of his Son and ask for forgiveness and restoration to his likeness. Now, as you can see, I'm a fairly old man. There's been some experiences that I've encountered along the way, some helpful, some educational, some leaving scars behind and all of that. But one important lesson I've learned, when I first became aware of and had reason to believe that Christ had actually died for me and that eternal life was available on request, well, I made that request repeatedly. Lord, I want to be saved. I want to be in heaven. And I want my mom and dad to be there, and my brothers and sisters, and Aunt so-and-so, and Grandma, and all of this. I prayed those prayers. My life didn't change a bit. It was a mess. I did what Paul said he did. Something I knew that I shouldn't do, I ended up doing it. Things I wanted to do, good things, I never got around to it. I couldn't manage it some way or the other. So I asked the Lord to help me out of this horrible mess. And I was impressed to ask that he lay a burden for souls upon my heart that I could not resist. I started praying for that. He did it. And he loves everybody all over this earth. And if he wants me to go around and share his wonderful artifacts and words of life, and he'll help me do it, I'll keep at it.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on with the audio.
Okay. Well, that was a pretty good clip.
Yeah.
But okay, let me check. What's going on with the audio here? Did something happen with mine? No, it looks okay. No, it's the audio of the video. Yep, and it's all the way to. Oh, I bet Satan didn't want us to hear the whole thing, but after a minute, it resumes.
Cleanse you, help you quit sinning, and help you to reflect his character to the point that people will be drawn to him by your influence. When I get to heaven, I'm going to look around, and I want to see every one of you there. You can make it with God's help. Christ is here tonight. He says, where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst. Please take advantage of that wonderful opportunity.
Amen.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could really rightfully question his heart's cry to win souls.
Yeah.
Oof, my audio is too high now.
Mine.
Okay.
That's to me. That's clearly. I only know Adventists that teach that. So I mean, like, that's why I'm like,
Which
hey,
part specifically?
regarding the mark of the beast, like he didn't he didn't say it was the Sabbath, but he's like, if you keep the 10 Commandments, you'll have the seal of God. So it's like, and the Antichrist is going to make a law saying.
The thing that always bothered me, Jamie, growing up Hebrew on my dad's side, was that every Christian 1000% agrees on keeping 9 of the 10 commandments. And would even tell you that if you continuously break one of those 9, you're probably not a Christian, right? Like if you struggle with stealing throughout your whole life, pretty bad fruit. If you dishonor your mother and father, pretty bad fruit. If you have gods before the Father, pretty bad fruit. It's only when you get to God's special day, the Sabbath, when you get pushback from most believers, and it always baffled me, man.
It's almost like maybe like whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men to do so will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. And yet almost the entire Christian world is like, yeah. I mean, when you read what people have said historically until the last 150 years, and why we have the Ten Commandments put up all over the country. Christians just agreed with the Ten Commandments. They just kind of thought Sunday was the Sabbath. And it's almost like people brought forward, obviously, that Sunday isn't the Sabbath. And now all of a sudden people invent all these doctrines about, well, we're not under the law. We keep 9 out of the 10 because the New Testament only mentions it, blah, 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 a bunch of nonsense. It's like,
Well, here's my problem with that, if I may.
sure.
First of all, the Sabbath was the first covenant God ever made with us in the beginning in the Garden of Eden when he rested and sanctified it and made it holy. He didn't tell us to choose any day we wanted. He picked a specific day that he rests, a God that doesn't need rest, and sat down to spend time with his creation who he loves so much. It's part of a beautiful love story. And we take away from that as humans saying, Lord, it's not convenient for me. I'm going to change it to Sunday because that's what everybody else is doing. And, I just hope you accept this, that I'm doing it for you, God. But are you really doing it for him? Or are you doing it for your own selfish reasons because you don't want to be odd man out, or it's inconvenient for your football schedule, or whatever the case may be? It's like, really, you're going to tell God when his day is that he's going to rest and sanctify and make holy, but he already did that. And it's his first covenant with us. So if we're talking about a covenant being part of the mark of grace to keep us from what's to come, then I think we should be going out of our way to figure out what that is. And here we have it right in the beginning. And here we have also the enemy sitting here trying to confuse generations and tell them that it's not the Sabbath, that you can do it any day of the week. I mean, it just seems like.
Can I throw something out there?
Go ahead, Rich.
Okay, so 6,000 years ago, God, said that before sin, of course, made that Sabbath day holy. And I don't know all of the calendars that have been made since then, but in 6,000 years, the first 4,000, and then the flood happened, and who knows what their calendar was like back then. Now we have the Gregorian calendar, which is set up just to follow the seasons and everything. I guess my point I'm trying to make: do we know exactly which of the 7 days?
Yes.
Well, we claim Sunday right
100,
now.
We 100% know,
Well,
Rich.
But how do you?
What we claim as Sunday right now, how do we know 6,000 years ago it wasn't actually Wednesday? I guess is
I'll
my
tell
point.
you how. We only have to go back 2,000 years to the time of Jesus.
Right.
Now, Jesus is God in the flesh. We know that he observed the Sabbath on Saturday, and we can follow it from then to now. Jesus as God would not have kept the wrong Sabbath. He's God. He's going to
Okay, I
keep
didn't
his
think
own
about it.
appointed Sabbath.
Amen.
But not just that, Rich. It gets even deeper because the word for Saturday in like 30 plus languages, root languages, is Sabbath or Shabbat. Shabbat is Hebrew for Sabbath. So it's almost like that's the one thing God was very specific to preserve, even through the Tower of Babel. When he confused our languages to divide our cultures, he preserved the Sabbath day for us.
And then I'll give you one more little ironic tidbit to add to that. In the Catholic Bible, my friend showed me this. It will say the word Sabbath, and then like keep the Sabbath, and then it will say which is Sunday, but yet literally it means the seventh day of the week. So how are you going to keep it on the first day of the week?
Yeah, the Catholics would say, just like all historic Christian groups from the very beginning, because of the Sermon on the Mount. It's only recently that all these different Christians have all these weird arguments against the Ten Commandments for various reasons. But that is a very modern idea. Nobody really talked that way. Oh, we're not under the Ten Commandments anymore. That's a modern thing. When you look at, the apostolic constitutions that the Orthodox Church uses for a basis of their doctrine from the 300s, it says the Decalogue is meaning the Ten Commandments, right? The 10 words. Those are binding because they read the Sermon on the Mount. And, it's only recently, too, that a lot of Christians will say, oh, well, what Jesus was teaching was just for the Jews. And no one thought that. That's crazy. So, like, because of the Sermon on the Mount, which, by the way, is a fulfillment of Isaiah 42:21 about what the Messiah would do, he'd magnify the law and make it honorable. Nobody used to say any of Jesus' teachings weren't for everybody. And so because of what Jesus teaches on the Sermon on the Mount, which is particularly and specifically the Ten Commandments, nobody who cares about what the Bible says would ever argue, oh, well, that's when Jesus says keep my commandments, it's definitely not the Ten Commandments. This is crazy. But yeah, another thing about yeah, the calendar issue. The 7-day week is not tied to any calendar. Whether you believe the Hebrew calendar should still be kept or not, put that aside. Whether that's true or not, I'm not going to argue. But the 7-day week is not dependent on any calendar, because even when they took days out of, they did this a while ago, and they took on the Gregorian calendar because it's out of step with the seasons.
Mhm.
They removed like 20 days in the month of October, but so like it suddenly went from October whatever 1 to October 16 was the next day. But it was Tuesday, which is the third day of the week. The next day was still Wednesday. You don't lose the 7-day cycle. You know what I mean? It's just the date changed. But the thing in Genesis set out is you count 7 and then you start over. Doesn't matter what kind of calendar you're using. The 7-day week is not dependent on that. And so, and the whole world still uses a 7-day calendar to this day.
Well, we're told we're supposed to walk as Jesus walked, and we know that Jesus kept the Sabbath, and we even know that in the new kingdom, right, what we perceive to be heaven, but Scripture calls it the new heaven, the new earth, the paradise. However you envision that, we're going to be keeping the Sabbath in the new kingdom. We're going to be keeping the biblical feasts in the new kingdom. So it never made sense to me that God would make the Sabbath forever and ever, and then after the time of Jesus, it just stops for a while. And then after Jesus returns and he has his new kingdom established, we go back to keeping the Sabbath? It doesn't make sense.
And I also never understood then, if that's the case, why he said we're supposed to keep it through all generations. All generations. He didn't say it stops once he sends his son. He said all generations.
Well, yeah, Isaiah 66 says, "As the new heavens and the new earth shall remain before me, says the Lord, so shall all flesh come to worship before me, from one new moon to another, one Sabbath to another. All flesh, in the new heavens and the new earth." That's talking about the eternal estate. However you understand that. That's once all things are restored,
Now,
all flesh,
Jamie,
all flesh.
if the Sabbath is bondage and it's like under the law, why do you propose Jesus would have us keep the Sabbath in the new kingdom? Do you think Jesus likes bondage?
Sin is bondage.
Right. Amen.
Not working. Yeah, people. That's works-based. The one commandment that tells you to cease and recognize who is your Savior, who sanctifies you, and to respect Him as the Creator, because, like somebody said earlier, people don't seem to get this either. The Sabbath was established from the very beginning as holy, set aside. Jesus says in Mark 2:27, the Sabbath was made for man. That word there is anthropos. It means mankind. He's actually looking back and saying, they're distorting the Sabbath and its purpose. And he's saying, look, it's made for man's benefit, and you've turned it into a burden because of their added stuff. And then he calls himself Lord of the Sabbath, which, by the way, proves he was there at the beginning, because no mere man would be a Lord of the Sabbath. That's crazy. He's pointing them back to creation. He's saying, I made this for mankind. So, and I'm Lord of it. So I don't know, the Lord's Day seems like that's kind of the only thing the Bible says of a weekly day that's the Lord's is the Sabbath. But
Well, and it hurts our relationship, right? Because God is our husband, we're the bride, and that is supposed to be our weekly date night with hubby. But
yeah,
instead, we get encouraged by the church to ignore our date night with hubby and then kind of catch up with him on Sunday.
well,
I love the way you put that. That was fantastic.
was pretty
But you
romantic.
guys, this is my favorite topic, and I could stay here and talk all night. But I have to go. I hope you guys have a beautiful evening. Thank you for having me, and talk to you all soon.
Have a
Right,
great
Kelso?
afternoon.
Uh,
Bye, y'all.
Bye bye. Bye, dear.
okay. Thank you for talking. I have to leave. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Gigi. See you later, brother.
They're
See you later.
dropping
Bye.
like flies, Achilles.
They're dropping like flies. And
Bye.
I know, yeah, this was not the subject that she would leave if she didn't have to. So,
Bye, everybody. Bye, Jane. Bye.
bye, Gigi.
Stephen.
Yeah, I got to eat dinner soon too. Yeah, what I was going to say about that though, to close what I was saying is just that um, the fact that it's established for mankind before the fall. So like you could if Adam and Eve had obeyed, if they hadn't fallen, and I believe they didn't have to fall. That's my view. They didn't have to. God would have preferred them to obey. Well, if they had obeyed, every seventh day would have been set aside and holy still. So people don't seem to get the weight of this. God made the seventh day holy before the fall. So if God's intention was that every seventh day was a special day set aside, made holy, and that was established before they fell, if they had never fallen, the seventh day would still be holy. So when people try to say, "Oh, it's done away with," blah 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 blah, because it's symbolic of like the atonement practices, like things they did before Jesus came, and now He's done away with those things. No, the Sabbath is in a different category. It's not a representation of something that was messianic in atoning for sin. No, it was established before there was a need for atonement for sin. So in a perfect world, God made the Sabbath holy. Right? So think about that. People don't get this. God made it holy before anybody needed atonement. And if they had obeyed, it would still be holy. So you don't do away with it because Jesus has come now. And so the things they had to do, like do sacrifices and all that, and added Sabbaths that represented what Christ's ministry would accomplish. This is a different category. It's pre-sin established. And by the way, last thing I'll say is like, it's interesting to me that the way Jesus describes the tribulation period in Matthew 24, he describes it as in the days of Noah. So he's saying that what happened in the past is going to happen again before the final judgment.
Yep.
What do we see happening right now? Marriage is being corrupted. What God's original plan for family and for procreation is being corrupted. Well, guess what? The two things he established prior to sin is marriage between a man and a woman and the Sabbath.
Well, also, Jamie, take into consideration that all of the apostles are documented to still be observing the Sabbath in the synagogues even after the resurrection. So if that put them under bondage, that means all of the apostles were damned? That don't make a lick of sense.
Or the ones that
not working on the Sabbath is bondage. That's funny.
Yeah, or the actual ones that first advocated that we are not bound by the law, the old law. They actually observed it if it is works, right? That's weird.
Yeah.
Not working is works now.
Let me point something out. That
they work really hard to be this lazy.
Right. Yeah.
This discussion, I want just for the viewers that might be listening to add what we just heard from Ron Wyatt, where he said that Satan is going to change, make laws, change the way of the world in order to go against the Ten Commandments. And it would appear very sus if he did it all at once. So it would make sense that some of those would happen slowly in time. So maybe he has been successful in this one so far, because, and not only because if you look around you, everybody lies, everybody cheats. Fornication, adultery, they're just normal day stuff for our civilization, right? I see people, I see couples that are way younger than me, and I'm supposedly the old-fashioned dude that talks about marriage, and they're laughing at me. Like, yeah, of course, yeah, but not yet. Let me just, enjoy that person for like 10 years, and then I'm gonna marry. And I'm trying to explain to them how, that's not the way it's meant to be. And I sound crazy. So we are in a time where that is a granted, it's a given. But at the same time, whoever takes time to say, I'm dedicating this day to the Lord. Of course, there are the hypocrites out there who are going on church on Sunday, but when they leave church, it's done. So you can say, I'm dedicating my morning to God, but don't say you're dedicating a full day to Him, because you're not.
Well, and also the Sabbath and the biblical feasts are all foreshadows of Jesus Christ. For instance, half the biblical feasts are a foreshadow of the first coming of Jesus. The other half of the biblical feasts are a foreshadow of the second coming of Jesus. And then you take the Sabbath, it's a literal foreshadow of Christ's millennial kingdom. It's a day of peace and completion. And that's exactly what Jesus' 1,000-year millennial kingdom is going to be. You'll notice the scripture refers to a day being as 1,000 years and 1,000 years into a day. And we are about 6,300 years old in my calculations. And I think right at the start of the 7,000 year is going to be Christ's millennial kingdom.
Yeah, I can't help. I gotta go, but well said, everybody. I would say my what my rendering is. You want to hear my rendering of that?
Yeah.
So I think to even say this, um, I don't make dates, but I would just say I think I would say if you don't if I think the 6,000th year was 1996,
Mm-hmm.
and so
Come again, because you broke up.
I think creation from creation 6,000 years after creation would be 1996, and so I think um, if we wouldn't count the time Jesus was on Earth
That is a funny number,
for 33
because
years, so that would be like, well, I'll just I think there's something to that. That's all I was going to say.
okay, but it hit me. What you said triggered me to say the next thing about this. That it's funny that those that have actually done a lot of studying, scholars of like from the 1700s all the way to today, pastors, preachers, those that do those charts that the Orthodox hate, they seem to come to the conclusion that the point in time that is called God's wrath or the day of the Lord is going to be a 3-year period, but it is within the 1,000-year kingdom. So the 1,000-year kingdom begins in a rough way. It begins at the end of tribulation. We have the period called the wrath. That wrath is 3 years. So if you deduct from a 1,000-year millennial kingdom the 3 years, the number you get is 997. So that is interesting because what you brought up number 996. So
Yeah, and it's difficult too, right? Because of the spring, fall. Do you start the calendar? We should talk about this. I've done a lot of work on the on
yeah, we've messed up. We've messed up
calendar
the
stuff.
calendar.
We
Like
could talk about for a long time. I have so many videos on my channel. I wouldn't expect you to see any of them, but like,
we're kind of waiting on you guys to finish the honeymoon season,
yeah,
and we're waiting on you to do all these discussions because it's fun sometimes to go with the Orthodox and debate whether we should kiss feet or not. But let's get serious at some point, and talk about stuff like that.
so
Especially,
let me just tell you that I obviously agree in premillennialism. I agree that there's a literal 1,000 years in the future. Uh, I actually just I will tell you now.
Mhm.
Uh, I believe the 70th week was the week in which came after the 69th week in the first century. So we'll have to look at Daniel 9:24 through 27. But
I
see,
remember you said that.
almost everybody who takes this view, like the where I think Daniel 9:27 is about Jesus' ministry in the first century, the most people that have your view will think, "Oh, I'm a preterist." I'm not a
I know.
preterist.
I know.
I
I've heard.
yeah.
And I've heard you say it, but let me tell you, just give you a thought about this. You are right. This is a profound double prophecy.
Okay.
It 100% had a first appearance right at the time that you see them, but it is also talking about both the second coming and the time of the Antichrist. And the reason that somebody explained this to me a long time ago is that Daniel, his prophecy was so strong that the angel himself told him to put the pen down, right? Because you ain't gonna understand. Because if it was that simple and it was only a time ahead of him, he would probably understand. He would read again what he wrote, and it was about Israel. But what was happening is that see Daniel, his vision as a telescope, looking in the future and seeing one hill, but behind that hill, there was another hill, which is the Antichrist, and there was a third hill, which is the second coming. But from his perspective, it looks like one hill. You see?
Okay. I have to go. That's really interesting, and I want to talk to you about it.
Amen.
So
Amen, brother.
I'll hit you up, and we'll plan.
See you soon. Give a kiss.
One last thing. I'll just say this.
Go ahead.
Regarding what Ron White said in that video and what I've been talking about, read Daniel 7:25. God bless you guys. Bye.
God bless.
What do you say, Daniel 7:25?
I'm bringing it up. Let's read. So
He shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and shall intend to change times and law. Then the saints shall be given into his hand for a time and times and half a time.
And this period, time and times and half a time, gets translated to 3.5 years. It is time, 1 year, times 2 years, half a time, half a year, which correlates 100% with the book of Revelation that speaks of 1260 days, as Daniel does, one chapter down. I think it is in Daniel 9:27. So this is where those that actually study the Bible, that is a stab against those that are saying that we should only consult our priest and not read it and not study it. Those that actually study the Bible, they see this correlation, and we have come to the conclusion that there is going to be a 7-year tribulation. Half of it begins with the abomination of desolation, which is going to be the time that the Antichrist is going to break the treaty. Wehere's the thing. Let me complete this sentence, and then I'll see what the thing is. And the other part of the tribulation, the second half, is called the Great Tribulation. So when you hear the Great Tribulation, it's not the 7-year period. The period Great Tribulation is this verse right here, where the Antichrist is going to be having control over the people. They will be delivered in his hands. But if we go to the book of Revelation, the bride of Christ will have left at that time. So this is the mid-trib rapture. And we're not sure. We have to be humble and say we believe this, but we're not sure, right? I don't like dogmas. I don't like people being dogmatic. The Bible is the word of God. My opinion of the Bible is not the word of God. People need to keep that in mind. So what I wanted to say, that here's the thing, is that people are trying to decipher where we are on the timeline by what they see around them. But that is funny, because God doesn't tell us that we will know those times if we look around us. It specifically gives us the point where tribulation begins. And it is going to be when the Antichrist signs a treaty with many. It is from Daniel. It is right here. It is in, I think it's in here in the seven. It's either on 7 or 9. I think it's on chapter 9. So unless we find who the Antichrist is and discover if and when he made a treaty, which would be either in the past, a year ago, or in the future, or right now. If we don't know that time that the treaty was signed, we cannot know if we are in the tribulation, because where you live, things might be good. Where I live, they might be slaughtering Christians. Who is the one that gets to say if this is tribulation or not? The one that has it happening next doors or even in his house, or the one that doesn't even experience it? So I'm saying that because I think, my brother, one of the things that the US is suffering from, but truly suffering from, is apathy. The world is burning up, literally. But the US seems to mostly care for its own border. Like, I'm just going to vote for this guy who looks like the worst narcissist I've ever seen in my life, but he's going to fix the border thing. So a lot of focus is falling in the homeland, and they don't see what is happening to Christians worldwide. They don't see what's happening in China. They don't see what's happening in North Korea. They don't see what's happening in the Middle East. They don't see what's happening in Europe. So it can't be the tribulation.
We do. We are caught up to a point, from what we hear, but our mainstream media is only going to exploit it, or bring any information about that, to for their own agenda. Like
I know.
this is like the first time I've actually heard the public mainstream bring up the slaughtering of Christians going on in the Middle East or in Africa, is because Trump's trying to do something about it.
Yeah, but Trump mentioned one specific country, and you know why he did that? Sudan. You know why? It has a huge amount of gold reserves in its soil, like the greatest in Africa. People get slaughtered all over the place. ISIS has gone wild. We have connections now. We understand where ISIS came from. And let me give you a bit of irony concerning the US. What is the state that Al-Qaeda took down 2 towers?
New York.
Did you or did you not say, when I say you, I mean collectively the US? Did you or did you not say never again?
I missed something.
Wasn't that the time that the US was saying never again? This is never going to happen again. We will not allow.
I mean, there's so much evidence that 9/11 was an inside job.
I know. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm just sticking to the narrative. All right, just to show you a little bit of irony. What is the state that just had a Muslim mayor?
Is that Michigan?
New York.
It wasn't New York. I didn't know that.
Just 20 years later.
Yeah, I turn off the population manipulation channel. I mean, the news. I don't watch it anymore.
I get that. But here's the thing. If you don't catch up to news, the news will catch up to you.
Well, I mean, the reason I don't do it is because they take so much stuff out of context. And
I know.
They're so psychologically manipulative. The way they speak.
I know.
I mean, we don't need.
I experienced it for 2 years. I just couldn't take TV anymore at all. Like, it was messing with my soul. So 100% understand what you're saying. One thing I want you to know about this mayor is that in 3 different interviews, he has been asked to condemn the actions of Al-Qaeda and he doesn't. And he has stated that he's I don't remember what it's called, but it is those Muslims that believe in global Islam. He wants to bring global Islam. So to me, it is very funny that we have that specific state having him 20 years later and nobody notices.
I think I read something online not too long ago that I guess one of there is a mayor up in Michigan also who is allowing the Muslim community to broadcast their prayer time over the loudspeakers across the town. And
Oh,
when they were
wow.
asked to shut it down, he said no and just went ahead and allowed it.
Religious freedom, right?
Yeah.
And I worked for one summer in Cairo and Alexandria of Egypt,
Nice.
and it was their Ramadan, and I just couldn't take it, man. This thing all over, like the speakers. Oh my God.
Well, at least we know the truth, man. And this is bringing to light more reason why we need to continue doing what we're doing.
Amen.
Even just from this small broadcast, to going out on the streets, and knowing
Amen.
the truth.
Amen. Because this little broadcast might just change one person.
You're right. And in the end, is that not worth it?
Amen.
One scientific study, one little message, one sermon, one anything, could make that little difference. I
And
mean,
we always gotta remember that although we mention everything, even politics, even the news, even the times, even who the Antichrist might be, this is not our mission. There is not a single time that Jesus cared to answer the question, when will the end be? When will these times come? The times will come. He always said, you just do what you're meant to do. You will not know the times, right?
yeah.
Our job is the Great Commission. That's what our job is. He didn't say, if you don't understand when exactly it is, you ain't making it.
I guess he brought up a good point. Somebody just realized that, if we keep looking for it, and we spend all our time trying to tell people about it and trying to see the signs and, try to narrow down the date when it's all going to happen, there's nothing we can do about it anyway.
Right, right.
So I think one of the reasons he told us that is to not stress, because if you're so focused on that, you can't focus on my sheep.
Exactly. But I plead guilty on mentioning it many times, and I don't know, you've never probably gone around on my channel, but I've
I didn't know you
pinpointed.
had. I got to check it out and look at it.
It's the username that I have in the chat.
Okay. The
So
Heart of Flesh.
yeah, no, Achilles 7. You can find it in the chat and click on it. Do you
Okay.
have write something in the chat so I can give you mod, so I can give you the ability to be able to silence people and ban them if they misbehave.
Does that mean I can post videos about me eating a pineapple pizza?
Right. Because yeah, you can't post links like right now in the chat, not the private chat here, the YouTube chat.
Wrong keyboard. This one works.
So interesting. I ran a poll, which was, do you observe the Sabbath without advocating if people should or not?
Oh
Because
wow.
I'm trying to make the distinction that I'm not asking for people to say if we should or not. I'm just saying, are you? So 71%, it just changed with one more vote in
I
no.
just saw it. I clicked on it. So,
Okay, 71% said no, 29% said yes in 7 votes. I actually also said no, but I'm
yeah.
listening to what people are saying, right? I'm not advocating whether we should or not. But I hear what everybody in the panel said, and it makes me think. I think about it. I think they're actually right. And although I'm not observing it, I think they're actually right. And here he comes to save the day.
I wanted to kind of bring this up when Yasum was still on the channel, but she brought something up that said, that God doesn't need to rest. Uh, he's God, you can do whatever you want, but there's one part of my um, introductory seminar that I've been kind of questioning. That very thing, that there might be physical evidence why he would need to rest, for example, but I'm not. Still, he's God. Can he work so hard that he never needs rest? Or I don't know, but it says he did. Um, hey, how's it going there, brother?
Hey, doing
Hello,
fine. How are you guys
hello,
doing?
hello, Mr. Pineapple.
Greetings.
I gotta tell you, Christian, although you're trying to make it look like pineapple on pizza is biblical, it is based on tradition. You gotta realize that.
Well, my thoughts on tradition are thus. So long as tradition does not conflict with the apostles' doctrine, I think it's okay.
I'm gonna read the whole Old Testament and find where they specifically say not to put pineapple on pizza. It's a sin.
I get it. Like when I think about it, I realize that it sounds very weird. The reason I like it is probably because I tried it when I was young enough to not realize how weird it was yet.
And to be as honest as you are, although I have this position, I like it too.
It's pretty good, man. Like, well, I used to live in Hawaii, which is like where it's famous for, so I was kind of
Yeah.
predisposed to liking it.
I've been wanting to try like little chunks of peaches to kind of throw in there, like take a couple pieces of
You took it too
pineapple
far.
off.
You took it too far.
Maybe.
Achilles, we can team up against this common foe.
As long as you don't eat the outside, guys, I'm fine. Right? Just don't eat the outside. Um,
Oh, he must be yelling at his kids. Okay.
Yeah, yelling at the kids. Yeah.
yeah, our I'm not sure. I should say brother, but you're not saying Alexander, you're saying Alexander. And here in Greece, we have a name Alexandra, which is female. So I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong, but our position here is not all of us, not everybody has arrived to this position, but they'll get there. Is that both sides work for the same enemy? It's just that the left is not pretending. So if you do want to exercise your right, which I have stopped, I stopped exactly 10 years ago. If you do want to exercise your right, I would go for one of those that are actually talking about something, like the third and fourth party, which I understand that the way the US system is based, it looks like a burnt vote. Like it won't matter anyway. Yeah, but you won't have put your own hand in what these two parties are going to do, whoever one comes up. So the left is not pretending to be working for the enemy. The right is using the Christian dollar, the Christian market for the votes, and then doing all the anti-Christian things.
Do you know how a magician uses misdirection?
Right.
You show like a little trick going on over here while your focus is over there. They're doing something completely different, and then all of a sudden you realize, well, what just happened? In my opinion, I think that's what the president of the United States is. Started before my time, just making us think we're in control, making us think like, okay, we know what's going on. We're setting everything up. We're voting for this, and in all honesty, it doesn't really matter. I think it started back with Rothschilds or Rockefellers, but I don't know. If I could prove it, I'd probably be shot, but I don't know.
I agree 100%, but let Christian, if you want to respond.
I don't vote. I stay out of politics. I mean, My own views tend to gravitate toward the right side of the spectrum most of the time, but I just feel like as a minister, I should just stay out of it. You know, Paul told Timothy that a good soldier does not get entangled in the affairs of this life. And I think of politics as being the affairs of this life.
Amen. And it also warns us about the princes of this world. And it's not saying don't vote for them, like literally, but it does say that this world belongs to Satan. So, I mean, I don't take it from the Bible. I also see it. I also see that, it's a joke. And then I have a book that actually explains to me why it's a joke, So I used to vote. It's not like I'm a Greek. I believe in democracy, right? I can't say I don't, but I don't see it. But what you said, Richard, is, if I may rephrase, if we knew that it would never change, and we are stuck with like one party forever, at some point there would be some rebellion. At some point there would be, if you put somebody in a cage and you tell them you have no way out, you'll stay here forever. At some point they're going to hit their head in the wall and die. But if you tell them that the reason you are in the cage is because your neighbor voted for the wrong party, all you got to do is be patient for 4 years, and then you can show them you stay docile. You remain in the cage, As
Well
long as
said.
you wait a little bit more. So I was, as I told you I didn't tell you what about the channel that I mentioned, but in that channel, I attack everything. I go the scorched earth strategy. And I've attacked Joe Biden before he pretended to have dementia, because he said it that if I have disagreements with Kamala, which the name Kamala means lotus in Sanskrit, and it represents a deity of Hinduism. If I have a disagreement with her, I'm going to pretend that I have some mental disease and I'm going to step out of the way. That is his statement right when he got elected. So I attacked him and Kamala back then. But when Trump came up, I didn't see a reason why not to attack Trump. He was doing something worse. He was lying about him being a Christian. So such a narcissist, you can't be a Christian. Anyway, out of politics, enough. I think that idolatry is our number one enemy these days, because it's the sin that we don't see that we're doing. And even patriotism in the end times has become idolatry. But we know from the Bible that this world is going to burn, and we're going to have a new world, a new earth, and a new heaven. And yet we fight for our country so much. I mean, it made sense a couple of 100 years ago, but right now, there are no countries anymore. They're just billionaires connecting them. That's what exists. And we're being played. So Christians should better wake up to this so they don't fall in that trap. And I agree 100% with Christian.
You woke me up just then when you said that.
Oh, come on. Right now.
No, I mean, I agree with you that we should have bigger priorities than to get caught up in the affairs of this world. I mean, anywhere that a person is in life, wherever God has seen fit to put them, they should try to be a good member of that society to the best of their ability. But, I'm very happy to be an American. I want to be a blessing as an American citizen. I want to be a help to my neighbor. But I'm first and foremost a citizen of the kingdom of God, and that comes way before America. And like you said, America's going to burn till there's nothing left. So there is nothing here as far as a continuing city.
Amen. We are not of this world. It's funny. Yesterday we were talking about aliens on GG show, and I wanted to say, but the discussion was so focused that I didn't. That we are the ones that are actually alien. We are alien to this world, and we should be alien to this world. This is not our place.
My
Uh,
grandfather used to always say that we're paying our way through the land of Esau.
Addressing the chat a little bit, I agree. I agree. It is a literal kingdom of 1,000 years.
Is that
Yeah,
on this earth, or is this after it's remade?
after it's remade.
That's
It clearly says, and I saw a new heaven and a new earth. And then later on in chapter 20, it says that in this new world, there will be no tears, there will be no pain, because all these belong to the world that perished. So,
can't wait for those days, man.
yeah, man.
Ready to go.
Today there was I was watching the news. Our news are trying to pretend that they're a little more objective, but they're not. But it's not as bad as it is in the U.S. But sometimes, they bring some true stuff up. So they were
We don't
showing.
really have news. We just sort of have entertainment.
Yeah, no. And you have like your news is like the left's and the right's microphone. That's all they are. Like they're just giving you their narrative. And I've seen this with my own eyes. Like you get the same news from two different perspectives, and it's not even the real news. It's just
It,
what, yeah,
it keeps us fighting, or not really fighting against each other, but so divided. And right now, it is so bad. Like you can't even bring up politics in a public setting without almost getting in a screaming match. I mean, my brother, who's on the other side of the street than I am, he won't even talk to me because I voted for Trump this year. He says, according to all the lies that he's been told, it's my fault that he can't get free health care. That long
right,
story short there, but
right.
and it's pathetic, that the politics set up in this day and age are tearing apart families over
Div-
stupid deceptive control.
My
divide,
brother and I actually, despite being very, very polarized politically, have a pretty good relationship, which I think is kind of strange because most people don't.
yeah, that's how it should be.
I
We
wish it was that way.
we should be having our opinions, but not allow them to get in between us. But divide and conquer is at its best in the U.S.
Yeah, that's how Satan works, right?
So one thing that was in our news today, some reporter made, like, it wasn't a specific reporter, it was part of the news stream of how many countries are just dumping plastic in their rivers and in the sea. And it was just showing trucks going to the sea and just dumping plastics. Did you hear about that river in the UK that is overflown by plastic, and like there's no, you can't even see the water anymore?
No, I do know there are a couple private boats that are out there trying to. What is there? A continent-sized island in the middle of the Pacific, just of floating plastic bottles or something like that. Also,
Yeah, yeah. Which is God's way of telling us, here, guys, I've collected it all here for you. it
right?
is it is an island in the middle of the Atlantic where the current is collecting all the plastic, and it's called the Plastic Island, and it is something like 3 miles across, and nobody's going there to collect them.
Well, I know that there is a recently. I want to say over the last 5 or 7 years, some private wealthy people have put together, some ships to actually try to clean it up, and they're going to the source to some of those rivers and putting little robot ships out there to kind of spread nets and collect all that plastic as it's before it's washed out into the ocean, and then they dispose of it properly. So they're starting to make a dent in it. But on good news, if you're ever trapped it, or trapped it, if you ever trapped somewhere like on a desert island or have to survive on a beach, according to some survival shows that I watch all the time, you can just walk up and down the beach, and chances are you can find a plastic bottle filled with fresh drinking water there. So, holy cow!
Yeah, so that's one river in England that made the news, and because of this river, um, that news stream was just showing how many other places exist. Well, that's a river, guys. That's not. It's a river. So
I mean, why
that's
don't you just ban plastic bottles? I mean, soda isn't good for you. Water we can, get else. Well, even though ours is fluorinated, so I wouldn't recommend drinking our tap water. But
it just proves one thing for sure, because they have come up with other methods, but the other methods have different issues. But it proves that the future of this world is finite. There is going to be an end to this world because we have not managed to make this a circular, I don't want to say economy, uh, but a green way of recycling and coming back and recycling it again. We just haven't found it, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse worldwide. We found plastic in Mariana's Trench. Did you hear about that?
uh,
It's at the deepest part of our oceans,
yeah,
and that's just one problem. Let's not talk about all the data centers that are just eating away all our energy and our water to cool them down, and they can't use salt water, so they have to use the water that we drink, and that includes the Bitcoin factories. And when I say Bitcoin, I mean all cryptocurrency factories. It includes all the AI that is just exploding. How can people have faith in the future for this world? Like, I don't get it.
well, they're blinded by the enemy. They don't see Christ. So,
So they think that if we install a lot of wind turbines, windmills, and kill all the birds because that's what they do, we're gonna be okay.
well, if you don't have any hope in your creator or in Christ, I mean, you have to have hope in something. So, the next logical step is to turn the television on, and anything that, ruffles your feathers just right, you're going to believe in and buy into. By
Bingo.
the way, I mean, I don't want to get into a whole nother debate about, the whole recycling and, natural resources and all this crud. That's just a big distraction to make somebody a bunch of profit. But, yeah, there's false hopes all over the place, man. And people usually turn to the easiest thing, whatever they see on social media or whatever they see on the news. And, you-
And I think what you said is the bingo of the story. If you don't see the authority of God, then what's next? It's the authority of man, and you have hopes in man. Well, God clearly told you to not have faith in perishable, in men that will perish. One question for Simone, I think is her name. You're not saying this to us, right? Because we don't take sides. We clearly all here, at least the three of us here, are like, they're both working for the same enemy. And then God is, the Bible is telling us that you can't work for money and God, and that the love for money is the root of all evil. So we can at least agree that they're working for money and they're not working for us. So those that pretend to be Christian and that pretend they care for your problems, those are the worst. The others are, at least are not pretending to be evil. They're like straight up, yeah, we're evil. Vote for us, we're evil. But the other side is like, I'm gonna fix all that. Just I'm the best president ever existed. I'm not saying it. Others are saying it. You know.
Everyone's saying, people are saying.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, and that's the thing. People put their faith, and I think that is the new form of idolatry. Uh, and it relates to the way Richard put it. Like if you don't see the authority of God over this world that is telling you that it's going to have an end, then you're listening to men who are telling you that only if you were to give me more of your money so I can give them to billionaires, they'll fix the problem for you. And people have this idea that the future is bright. All we gotta do is like stop using plastic straws because it's my fault that that river was like this because I'm having one plastic straw with my coffee. And
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when people lose their mind over something so small like that, and it just shows you the power of, the social media or the public media that they can take one little thing and show one really bad, you know, picture, and then the stocks change and industries collapse and people lose their mind over plastic straws and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, at the other end of it, you say, oh, if you buy an electric car, you're going to save the planet. But in the meantime, all your profit from that is going in my pocket, and I really appreciate it. But still keep buying plastic cars because you're saving the planet. We won't show you these, cobalt mines over here and our slave labors that, are getting us that profit. And the whole thing is just propaganda, and it's just
it's
deception,
a,
greed, and
yeah, and it's a scam. All of it is a scam. I mean, from all sides. I want to address these couple of comments, but before I do, um, every new form of energy that they bring up is worse to the planet than the previous one. Like right now, they're pushing the whole world towards batteries. If you just look into what's going on with batteries, what it takes for them to be built, what happens after they run out, it's worse. We should have just stick to fossil fuels. And Trump is very smart. He's giving you some truths about stuff like that because he knows that people have begun to see this deception. Like he said that the windmills don't work. He's right. He said that I'm bringing up the plastic straws, which made a lot of people say, finally. And he's the one that says drill, baby, drill. Now, the reason he says drill, baby, drill is because it's the oil companies that are behind him, and not the battery companies.
Yeah.
But still, this is how he gets the people's trust by giving them some truths. So, Richard, I recently got a hybrid car,
okay.
which has a battery, and it uses the engine when the battery runs out. I don't have to plug it in the wall,
I know how
right?
they work, yeah.
Okay. So I've been doing tests, and I've used this only with battery. Like I never crossed the line to go to gas. And then when I filled it, I just never allowed it to go to battery. I just only used gas. And guess what I noticed?
Oh.
That when I only use gas, it burns less fuel because it uses the fuel to charge the battery even when I'm stopped, even when the engine should not be burning fuel.
How big is the engine? How many liters is the actual engine?
We have small cars here. It is 1600 cc's.
So like a 1.6 liter. Oh, yeah. So you're talking like a really teeny tiny. What is it, like a little 3-cylinder or?
4-cylinder should be.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a Toyota Yaris, the
Right.
8 EV. But this is going on all over Europe. We all have less. Not the rich guys have more, but the majority of Europe has less than 2-liter engines. I'm talking about, I don't know, maybe 1 billion people having less than 2-liter engines.
Right?
But,
It's like the
but
opposite here. We all
yeah, but because I
motor
experienced the US, I know the muscle power, I know. It took me some time to find one.
12.7 liter V12 or whatever it
I
is.
know, yeah, yeah. So my question is, if you knew from the factory that it would burn more fuel if it uses the battery, why do you put a battery in it? Just leave it just with fuel. Why don't you just do that? Make it more efficient and leave it there. Don't give me the battery that is gonna run out in like a couple of years and I'm gonna have to pay $5,000 for it.
What do they call it? Marketing? I'm sorry, business psychology. Convince a
Exactly.
bunch of
So they
people that
don't
their life
care.
is better if they unload their money for 30 years.
Right. So it's not like they care for the planet.
Well, that's another thing. So this whole thing about like the ice caps melting and the oceans are going to rise, and it's another fear tactic. But ask any scientist what happens if you take a glass of ice water and put it in there and let it melt. So I mean, you could try this at home. You take just a glass of water, and you fill it up with ice where the ice is overflowing the brim. Then you pour in water till it's just at the very, very brim of the cup. Set it down there on the counter and wait a few hours and let it melt. What's going to happen? The water level is going to stay the exact same size. All the ice caps melting into the ocean is not going to make the oceans rise.
That is a very interesting point.
It's
And I
all
see and I see how
keep
it happens.
everybody in fear. They will do and buy whatever you tell them to do.
And I was in the US at the time where Al Gore was going all about like how the ice caps would melt in, 10 years. I was there in 2005.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's
And
20 years later. Florida's
and,
still there.
and he actually tried sending icebreakers to go to bring pictures of the molten ice, but the ship got stuck, so they sent another icebreaker to break the ice to get the ship out, and that one got stuck. So they sent the third one because the ice was not where they expected it to be. It was way lower, and it took 3 ships, two more to get the first one unstuck. But that's not making the mainstream news.
Oh, of course not, man. Of course not. Yeah. I thought we were going to
So
talk about politics an hour ago.
so yeah, one comment, a couple of comments. I actually agree, and I saw the truck unloading in the river. It was in the news streams that I mentioned, and we can see from the footage that we saw that that was just one part of that river, right? And they're doing this all over rivers and all over the water, the sea, and yet they're telling us to worry about the ice caps. It's so hypocritical. Simon, I'm not gonna say you wrong in what you're saying here. I'm not saying you wrong. I'm just saying that I personally, from when I arrived to the truth, which is Christianity and what it tells me about this world, I just stopped putting my hand into what they're going to do next. Of course, they're going to use the absence of vote as much as they would use your vote as well. But there's nothing we can do, is there? At least I have a clearer consciousness that I didn't contribute to it. Right now, I am in Greece, by the way. I don't know if Simon knows that. I am
I agree
in
with what
Greece.
she said 100%, by the way.
I am in Greece. I am Greek, and right now we have one government that enjoys 20% of the people's votes. And yet it is a government. But at least they see that what the Greeks have voted for is nobody. We would prefer nobody than that government, or the other government, or the third one. Like, we've seen what they do. So instead of being played and manipulated from the media, we're like, anarchy, it's better. Like, you know, I'm just saying, nobody votes for anarchy, but we see that we're being manipulated. And as a Christian, I go with what Christian and Richard are saying as well. I'm no longer taking part in it. I used to take part in it when I didn't know the truth of the Bible, that this world is going to burn because it's run by Satan, by evil people that work for him. And we have arrived to a time where we have so many hints of what they do behind closed doors, and yet we have some high hope that they will become saints when they make it to the government. Like, I've heard this opinion, that this view that some people hold, that when they become government, God blesses them. Oh, sure. Like, what a blessing they all are. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the ranting. Christian, you got any thoughts? I see you have a full house over there. We're trying. Hey, look what we got.
What the?
Hey, going.
What's up, Daniel? Give me balloons. Give me balloons.
Yeah, okay.
You better not give him those balloons, Dan. Don't
I'm
you
giving
do
him
it,
the
Dan.
balloons. I gotta
Don't
do
you
it.
do
I
it,
gotta
Dan.
give him the balloons.
What more do we have? Thumbs up? What's the other one?
Oh, I got a few. So 2 thumbs up is the fireworks.
Ooh, yay.
2 peace signs is confetti.
Nice.
2 thumbs down is rain.
2 thumbs down is Christian Pike. No, I mean, okay.
How do you get those? I don't understand.
It's part of the MacBook Air. It just
I'm on a MacBook Air.
You
Seriously?
guys are
I had it
Mac.
on-
You're
just
Mac users. I
didn't do it.
should have.
You had to do it longer. You had to
No.
make sure, do it with conviction, and then it'll just kind of happen.
There's conviction in that.
I don't know. It does on mine. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I should have
Probably something
known.
Maybe it's something you had to turn it on in settings, and maybe, I don't know, I forgot to do it, or it was just done before I got the computer. I don't know.
I should have known you two are Mac users. I just should have known.
I didn't buy this computer. I got it from the company I worked for.
He's probably on Linux, Achilles.
Nah. I've tried Linux, but I can't. No, I'm actually worse. Now I'm blaming the Mac users, but I'm on Windows, so I can't even speak.
I'm an Apple fanboy for one reason, and that reason is AirDrop. Hard to beat AirDrop.
Never used it.
You know, Christian,
I've got
you can have somebody build your own little server in your house where you can be storing all your data there and AirDrop to friends. It just takes a little bit of a technical
And you
guide.
think that sounds easier than this?
It definitely is. At least it's yours. You know, a cloud is storing things on somebody else's computer. That's all it is. And that somebody else is not your friend. I know you're gonna think I have nothing to hide. Yeah, but why do you give them all your stuff for free?
Oh, I've got plenty to hide. I just trust them.
Yeah, they'll keep your secrets.
Yeah, they got them.
So
Yep.
I wanted to ask you guys what you thought, or if maybe you knew anything about this. This latest escalation with NATO and Russia.
Mhm.
Have you guys heard about it?
Yep.
Apparently, Russia pretty much attacked Poland.
No, that's not what happened. They have done this in 3 consecutive different times within this year. They're trying to implicate Russia that it's attacking a country, so they can say that we need to invoke Article 5 and attack back. But every time this happened, Russia has proven that the drones belong to Ukraine,
But these aren't drones. This latest
They're
thing.
built by us.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what happened recently? So basically, there was a sabotage attack on their train stations. So their train network that was sending supplies to Ukraine, but it's also needed in Poland, got sabotaged today. And this is like meanwhile, like right after China did a cyber attack using Claude, they stole Claude and used a cyber attack against our financial system. And Iran seized an oil tanker. And all three of these news stories are not in the headlines right now.
And not your headlines, they are in mine. So that is something that we brought up earlier about what is going on in the US. And I'm glad to know, and I've seen this before, that Daniel looks around and gets informed by himself. He's not waiting for the media to give it to him. And I'm glad you're doing that, brother. Right now, that oil tanker is still burning. It is right outside Ukraine, and it is a Turkish oil tanker. And they have evacuated a village in Romania because of all the smoke. And they're saying that they can't stop it and it's going to explode. And it has LNG, American LNG in it, and it's going to be a very big explosion. But here's the thing about the attack that you just mentioned. We had a German official admitting on the previous attempt to implicate Russia that, yeah, it was us.
You mean
So
Nord
when
Stream?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean Nord Stream?
Oh,
Nord Stream
definitely
pipeline?
not. Definitely not. But that's another example. No, I mean very recently, like less than a month ago. And when you have that, and they're saying that we, kind of want to help Ukraine by implicating Russia and get NATO involved, then I can't believe anything that happens next. I know I'm following their side as well. I'm watching RT whenever I can. And I see whenever something happens, I see their perspective, their narrative. So if you want to hear something super interesting from today, a German Pistorius, I think is his name.
I just feel like no matter what, even if it's a false flag, that kind of means that we're gearing up for World War III. I know like that's kind of been happening, but it's getting like a lot more real. Like I think it's gonna get pretty real pretty quick.
So the statement
wants that because World War III is going to end up in a nuclear disaster, and I don't think it'll go that far.
Richard, welcome to the end times, brother. I don't see it stopping. Right now, so this guy Pistorius, who is some high member in the European Union, and he's a German guy, he just said Europeans should acknowledge that this was the last peaceful summer that Europe experiences. And we're like, thanks.
Yeah, like right now, Poland is saying like it's a sabotage attack. We know it's from like some kind of intelligence agency, but they're not blaming Russia yet. I think they're like going to meet with they're going to meet with America. They're going to meet with like NATO and like discuss together what they're going to do about it. Because we've been flying B-52 planes like all around there and like kind of getting prepared. Like everyone's kind of gearing up right now. Like
I know.
Joke.
I agree 100%. And this is what is happening. And I told Richard earlier that one of, I believe, is the greatest problem of the US right now is because they don't feel it next to them. There is this apathy about what is going on around the world.
Yeah.
And the media is evolved. That's what Richard responded. And I agree 100%.
I think our enemy even plays on that a little bit because I feel like they're going to attack places like the Philippines that we don't care as much about. But it's like they won't touch American soil until like they decide to do a cyber attack, I think.
And even more reason for us, because we've said this earlier here, that when we mention politics, is just to show to some people how closer we are to what some may think. It is again talking about the gospel and showing them that don't have faith in men. That's what they've organized. They're right now putting the foundations for a world war. So when do you expect to discover whether there is a God or not? When you see a nuke in your city?
It's going to be too late. You could die at that point. I mean, you can die at any point. So it's like the urgency is there. And like, I think there are some people that are like, well, AI is getting to this point, and maybe I could just live a very lazy life where like I get universal basic income. But it's like, that's not guaranteed. This world could be a tinderbox that's about to blow up before you get to that convenience. Like, don't put your faith in these things. Christ is going to come back at some point, and somebody probably will come along during this war and bring peace, but like that's going to be the Antichrist.
Exactly. That's why, Richard, we're not going to make it to that end of the nuclear war, because the Antichrist is going to intervene. We are that close.
I think if anything, the media and all the countries are going to get together and scare the crap out of everybody, but not quite get to the nuclear holocaust or nuclear end or whatever. And then say we need to change something, and when everybody is terrified, they're going to step in and like, oh, let's do this Chinese social credit system thing with AI on the global scale. That way everybody will live at peace, and it'll work for 3.5 years. Then after that 3.5 years, all hell is going to break loose, and then you get your nuclear war. But that's just
here's something that I agree 100%. And here's something to add to this that maybe people don't realize. What we are experiencing right now is necessary to appreciate the peace.
I didn't know I had this one. I'm sorry. I just discovered this one because I looked.
I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna snapshot this moment. And
what happens if you
I'm
flip
gonna
the
be calling you
camera
a
off?
Satanist.
I can. Yeah. If you make the Satanist gesture, it creates lasers. But I'm like never going to use this one. But
Why don't my reactions work?
You had
You
to
got a bad Mac.
enable reactions during a video call. The green video icon in the menu bar. But see, I
During
don't know.
a video call?
I don't know how that's working on mine though, because
I'll video call myself. Hold on.
Anyway, Achilles, what were you saying, brother?
He got so pissed he doesn't have the. All right, go ahead, Christian. Show him who's boss. Find it.
Oh, by the way, I'm using a Windows laptop, and I actually have an iPhone, so I'm kind of on both sides of the spectrum. Never mind.
Blessed be the peacemakers.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So
does that mean I can buy more guns?
I think what we have to see before a person comes up and brings peace, we all need to come to that moment where we need that peace. So this is what we are seeing right now. We are getting scared of our couches, right? So that person is gonna come and will be like, "Oh, you can chill, you can chill. I fixed this," and everybody's gonna, thank him. But if we didn't have what we see right now, what we just discussed here, we wouldn't appreciate it. It wouldn't be a worldwide gratitude to that person.
Yeah, there's got to be something pretty big for people to accept the mark of the beast. And I think that mark, I don't know what it's going to be exactly yet, but I've heard a lot of transhumanist things out there. And it's starting to make me think like probably it would be some type of way that like you would be connected, like maybe a cognitive implant or something, that you'd be like connected to the system.
Interface. They're building it. Facebook is building one. Elon Musk is building one. I think there are 2 other companies out there that are building one.
That seems like that would probably be it. I would think that seems. I mean, because it'd be we'd be doing something to ourselves, and you might need that technology in order to trade and sell in this new economy. This virtual economy.
I said this so like, how do you control population? You keep an eye on them, right? Like, what's China doing with all those cameras? But imagine instead of the cameras, you just have a way to where AI, something that can think faster than any human on many, many scales over. But what if those AI can actually read people's thoughts and look for keywords. I don't know. I'm just kind of going on a rant. There's just some thoughts I'm having.
No,
but-
totally. Because I think they've done experiments with that recently with like trying to read people's minds using fMRIs. Like they tried to do that before AI, but with machine learning, they're actually like developing an entire like lexicon where it can like basically transcribe your dreams now.
That's scary, man.
Yeah, I think so. That does seem like the ultimate amount of control too, because like you could make society so safe if like you could just always know before someone's going to do anything, you know, just stop them right then and there.
Well,
I'm sorry, guys.
it's kind of on the same.
Tried so hard.
So they say the Antichrist will be able to perform miracles. Now,
Can you
if
get
you're
these
right,
balloons to work? Can you do that miracle?
I know I have snapshots of both of you doing the devil horns. I'm gonna blast with the next thumbnail. I'm telling you.
The evils of orthodoxy exposed.
Yeah, and
Just
the
want it to
Protestant,
work. I don't deserve this.
and the Protestant right there.
Yeah.
Like they're both evil, you know.
Hey, Christian, if you want, I can take that computer and run it over with my truck. That'll probably fix the problem.
You didn't hurt anything.
It's already broken.
All I wanted was the balloons, Achilles.
The balloons.
I know you're not
He
coming
thinks he's
back.
so good with his balloons. Look at him. He's all smug looking.
I know. I can make the balloons happen anytime I want.
I know for you.
You got me looking for how to do that on my.
It's hard.
Okay, so while these two guys are going to look into the balloons, Daniel, we can go back to talking about Mr. James.
Yeah, I watched a vetted episode on that where he was. Some people are very sure that's fake, but I don't know. I still am not sure about it.
I know. So let me give you a couple of reasons why I think it is. First off, if you do want to kick off a deception, you don't start it from high up. You start it from down low, so people buy it, right? If he was this random dude, you would find one response to one comment. He has hundreds of comments, and there is not a single response to any comment. So it looks like this goes, I know the viewers don't understand what we're talking about here. So there is this channel, quick summary, called
go ahead and do that real quick.
Yeah, called James, that is in the US, and he says he found this object, which seems to be of alien nature. And he has been uploading videos of it. It has some inscriptions on it, which, as Daniel pointed out when he was presenting this video, they don't look very alien. And one
Looks like Bigfoot.
And as Daniel pointed out, one of the inscriptions is too human to be alien. It's the Star of David, which they actually call it the Star of David. But if you ask rabbis, they admit it's not the Star of David.
That's a seal of Solomon, isn't it?
Yeah. Or the Star of Rephaim that Jesus accused them that they made a flag out of, and it is on their flag. No, he says you're worshiping it. He didn't say you put it on your flag, but they have it on their flag.
Yeah.
That channel is called James, and if you look it up on YouTube, it's a green icon with a J in it, and it only has videos of that. So that guy didn't exist before this at all, and all of a sudden he comes out of the blue with that object. Who he says, I just found it here, I'm taking it home, and all that stuff. And everybody's commenting, but he doesn't respond to anybody. He just did the next one, and then the next video, and then the next video Well, he arrives at the point where something would happen, and that something happens to be the only live stream. So how
He
how
had
can
he
we?
had live streams before that. He had 10 of them, but like I've seen other things that show that it could be fake. Like number one, he has these rings in one picture that people notice that like were clearly him like metal. He's doing metalworking, and it's like he made these rings. But as soon as somebody commented on it, he stopped wearing them in all the subsequent videos because it's like kind of gives away that he works with metal. The other thing is there's a video that shows him getting a letter from some government source, but it's like it looks really fake. Like it looks like a fake letter because like there's no such thing as the department that they said, and like it's not what a government letter would sound like. So there are things in it for sure, but
And here's a question that
yeah,
I
go
want
ahead.
to ask you. What about that room, man? What room is that he put that thing in?
It reminds me of a storage unit because I used to have a storage unit that looked just like that.
Man, it's so weird. Like, it looks like a torture chamber.
That's
Like,
why I used to video in there. Like I made videos about this. One time I made a backrooms video using the storage unit area because it looks like a torture area. Like I actually,
so he
yeah, go ahead.
he shows himself in this shed that he has. He has like chickens and all that, and all of a sudden, he has that weird room, which makes no sense at all. So I'm gonna just bring this up for the viewers because we've had a discussion with my brother here, Daniel, about aliens being in fact demons, and together with the rulers of this world, they are organizing an alien deception that is going to unfold, that is going to push the mark, that is going to support the Antichrist. We don't have all the answers, but we have the questions.
But
Right.
these aliens will have all the answers, right? They'll probably be the ones that tell us how we could have a safer society. Be like, well, if you just put these chips in everyone's brain, if we have the technology to do it, we stopped wars a long time ago. Like you're the last people to get rid of wars. What's wrong with you? This is easy.
So I'm bringing this up. Let me take us. Okay, that's the one. But let me. Okay, no, I want it a little bigger. Let's see about this. Okay. So this is the channel, and it starts 2 months ago.
And it's got the skin rash thing. Do you see the rings in that one picture?
The rings.
Yeah,
Right.
that's clearly he made those rings. That's not a ring that you can buy like from Amazon. And it's like made of the same metal too.
So we're talking about.
Okay, guys, here it is again.
About this guy who supposedly found this object, and it has this engravings on it.
Looks like a bar of aluminum with a Sharpie.
Well, it looks like he drilled into it,
Right, use like a Dremel or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
A Jewish star. Well, I mean, okay, so if an alien were to put that on there, you think it'd be perfect markings. But you can tell that's like freehand.
And you know what that reminds me, what you're just pointing out? Do you remember the obelisks that started appearing all over the world?
You mean like the Washington Monument?
No, there were some obelisks, metal obelisks that appeared all over the world, like in Romania, in the US.
Yeah, I remember that. And there's the bucospheres too. This is supposed to look like the bucosphere.
So there was one of them that had clearly marks of a grinding wheel on it. And the comments were just insane. People were saying that aliens suck at welding and stuff like that.
Put me on the big screen.
I've never seen a Christian so happy.
You got it?
Yeah, he got it. He has it now. Yeah, test him out. Lasers.
Which one is the balloons?
Just one peace sign, not two. Just one.
You better give me those balloons.
It'll give them to
I
you.
want the balloons.
You gotta hold it up higher, don't you? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I think further back from the camera.
Believe in peace when you do. Hey, you got it. You got it.
Oh, Christian is gonna have such a blast with this in people's streams.
That's the rain. Yeah, that's the rain.
Man.
It was so hard to turn this on.
But now that you have it on, it's there forever.
Really? Do it.
That one's going to be the fireworks.
How is
Yeah.
that one?
So two peace signs is the confetti.
And we can tell that Daniel's computer is stronger than Christian's because of the frame rate.
I had significantly more balloons.
But
That's true.
but what's the name?
I mean, I had upwards of 11 balloons.
Yeah, I don't know how many I have. Let me see. 1,
Count.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh, he had a lot behind him though.
That's confetti.
Confetti, though.
I'm not
That's-
counting those.
Two is confetti. One is balloons.
I'm not gonna count all your confetti. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I think you
Like I
you
had
have the
one
same
balloon.
amount. Maybe one more. Maybe one more.
Balloon.
All right. Your
All right,
balloons.
so Christian, you haven't seen this, right? What we were just showing here.
Oh, no, all I've been doing is trying to get balloons.
Okay, but you were at least listening to the discussion, right? About this object that this guy found that is fishy.
Yeah, this guy, like, he claims that he saw this fall from the sky, and he's taking it into his basement, and he's like just studying it, and like he claims that he gets this letter from the government saying like he needs to go to an emissary about it, and like they don't do anything about it. He seems to be just fine until he finally does his live stream, and then he dies. But like I don't know, like. Why I say I hold out on it is because like that could be demonic too. Like it could be like the demons are like
Star of David.
Make a fake video about UFOs.
Okay, let me just bring
begging for attention.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was so distracted with the balloons.
And I would call that demonic too. So that's how it's always. It's got the common demonator. Denominator.
Demonator.
Yeah.
What I would say is that those that are doing this are trying to say, hey, look, we're not just on the earth. We're all over the universe. We're that big. We're God's people. So, the thing. To bring you a little bit up to speed, Christian, the reason we are mentioning this is not because we believe what you're seeing. We are saying that this has a high chance to be part of the deception. Yeah. We don't know if this guy is an agent that was given this mission to go start a YouTube and do this, right? Because what's funny about this is that supposedly the narrative is that comments convinced him to drill inside the object. And he drilled. Ooh, I love when you do that.
There's an art to it that Christian Pike hasn't figured out.
I'm working on it. I'm listening to this. Don't listen.
There you go. You got it.
But I love when Daniel just then spreads his hands like he's like.
Daniel needs to shut the heck up because I'm getting pretty good at this. Anyways, I'm listening to you. So the secret agent, and I'm with you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is what happens later. All right, so pay close attention now here, because he starts then a live stream, and he kind of says that because you all guys asked me to drill into it.
Yeah, started like 20 minutes in, I think. That's where it kind of starts happening, because like the first 20 minutes, he's just like waiting for people to show up.
So yeah, but notice that. Oh no, okay, he has other. Okay, so first off, this is a weird room that he has it stored in, right? Like, what room is this, Christian?
I used to have a room just like this.
You guys don't have a room like this?
So don't knock on it, because I used to have a room like this. And I made music videos with it too. You guys can see it on my channel. I used
Dude,
to.
why do you have a room like that? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Cool. I used to love hanging out down there.
Are you torturing people?
A place where you're trapped.
I didn't torture people.
It looks like a place where it puts the lotion on the skin.
It's a place where you could do that for sure.
I mean, to me, it looks like a torture chamber. No windows.
I've kind of always enjoyed the aesthetic of just creepy places for whatever reason. I think it's a holdover.
So, Christian, this is what happens. I'm going to also point out while we're getting to it,
About
what
20 minutes
Daniel,
in. Yeah.
yeah, what Dan, well, it's not even 20 minutes. Wait a minute. That's not it. There's a new one.
What?
Yes,
No
he's not
way.
dead.
Wait, go. Okay, yeah, let's play this live. No way. Is he alive?
He's not dead.
Oh,
While I get home,
snap.
I'm trying to find a ride.
Wait. I don't think I shared audio, did I?
Yeah, no, you're sharing audio. I can hear it.
While I get home, I'm trying to find a ride. I'm so sorry. I've been gone for like, I don't even know how many days it is. I can't tell, but it's like 3 days now. So,
Is his name just James?
Apparently.
what was I gonna say? My head is in terrible pain. I don't know what happened.
Daniel, if you woke up 3 days later, would your phone have battery to live stream?
He might have charged it. I don't know. I'm just curious what he says at this point. It's
I
got
am too.
599 likes.
I
Yeah.
am too. But let's put Richard, Christian, and the others up to speed. All right. So Christian and Richard, this is what happened. I'm gonna take you to the previous live stream.
Just the new Cloverfield?
So he eventually drills into it.
Okay, so he's got 2 new videos now. All right, opening today is the one that you want to play. 20 minutes in.
Yeah. And I just noticed it's 2 new videos. All right.
Oh, wow.
So here he is, and I'm gonna take this to 2 minutes 20 where he drills into it. But let's hear how he starts it. Okay, he's not talking. So what you're going to notice is that there is a reflection of the blue light of the drill on the object, but as he drills, notice that there is going to be a second light that appears. And then
it's a blue light to drill.
because these drills, they have a light so you can see where you drill. I don't know why this one is blue, mine is white, but notice what happens.
It's just making me feel bad already, but anyway. We'll start on 1. Well, we can't put in 1. I guess we'll start at 2. What is that? No, I'm sorry.
Conveniently, all the lights went out when you started hearing footprints. Sounds easily staged.
And these are not footprints. This is some weird sound that sounded like flapping, like he was flapping, and then it's like slowly stops. So some people said he's
So I know
dying.
the Bible says that Eve was the mother of all living.
I'm with you. And that is one verse I didn't remember to bring up when Daniel remembers my position, that you can deduct the fact that there are no aliens from our own Bible. This is another verse that proves.
Okay, what the heck is this video supposed to be?
Right. I see. I got your attention now. All
I mean,
right.
I just don't
So,
understand. Like, there's nothing about this that's been compelling at all.
he is a channel that appeared out of nowhere, and this guy is claiming to have found that object. He already has 1,800 subscribers. No, uh, 18,000 subscribers, not 100. All right.
Okay, that
So,
doesn't make it credible.
no, I'm just saying that a lot of people are falling for it.
All
It's not.
right. Yeah,
Right?
I just watched the new videos too, man. So basically, what I think happened is like the internet found this guy, man. They doxed him. Some of the comments are saying like 5 minutes before he posted that one live was like they found his address, they found his phone number. Like he felt the heat of the entire internet looking for him because like everyone thought he was dead. So yeah, you should play the newest ones when you
I
get.
will. I will. So let me give you an update, Daniel.
Yeah.
Somebody has gone back on his first video, and he wrote in the comments, whatever you do, don't drill into it. And so he's pretending to be like coming from the future kind of guy, and he comes from the future to tell him don't drill into it. So other commenters are saying like the worst time traveler ever.
Yeah, right.
So Christian, what we are saying here, because I understand that it might be confusing you or Richard that we are actually
Yes.
believing this. No, we are saying that this is weird, and this is how one of those moments of aliens, proof of aliens, could be fabricated. So this is what we're showing here.
It shows
Right.
me how easily people can be deceived, you know?
Right. Right.
I will fully admit I'm a pretty gullible guy.
I mean, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, you know, it's just
Also, like I care about people, so like when it seemed like he died, I really was concerned. I was just like, did this guy just have a seizure? Was this a demon that like got to this guy because this is some weird object that he's obsessing over?
I think it's pretty funny that his name is just James.
It's just James. Just James. Yeah, I played this on Gangster Ghosts.
And the whole channel was created 2 months ago, where he uploaded the first video.
18,000 subscribers in 2 months.
Yeah.
Daniel, I would like to show you something on my camera.
All right.
I found this object.
You found what?
This object.
You found that? You didn't buy it?
When I get close to this,
Whatever you do, don't drill into it.
Don't drill into it,
it
Christian.
emits weird lights when I tap the screen.
Well,
But do you know?
where did
do
you
know
find it?
Turn a blue light on.
Do you know there's a demon in the logo?
Don't put it there. No. You're gonna connect to it.
I'd just like to point out, maybe we should like restructure the way our background screen is, because when you have like 5 or more people up there on the screen, what are those 2 words, bold letters?
Yeah,
up there?
this sort of says "we hate."
We hate. Is that 3i Atlas?
For a Christian channel. I mean, I know what the other ones are below it, but still. You know.
I know. Let me. Okay, but the other. Okay, I can just change. All right. Jesus saves. I like that one. All right.
In that wheel.
So yeah, what it's saying is we hate the world. But all right. So first, let's just see the two.
Yeah.
It's
Play
less
him.
than
Play
2
him.
minutes.
Let's hear what he has to say after his death experience here.
It's got away. I need to get home. I have no idea where I'm going. I just need help. Thank you guys for all the support. I'm sure everybody is scared right now. And, my migraines. Oh, I don't even know what to do right now. I don't know how far away home I am.
Eat less mushrooms. That's what you should do.
I gotta go. I gotta give this back, guys. This is not even my phone. I'm gonna throw this phone away.
Sniping my phone. I'm throwing this phone away. I don't even know where I am. Please don't find me. Yeah, people found
Clearly,
out
he
where this
didn't
guy
throw the
lived.
phone away because he got the video off of it and uploaded it to YouTube.
Yep.
Daniel, I found this object.
While I get home, I'm trying to find a ride. I'm so sorry.
Got
I've
a
been gone
strange
for like,
world on it.
I don't even know how many days it is. I can't tell, but it's like 3 days now. So, what was I gonna say? My head is in terrible pain. I don't know what happened. I can't even think right now.
What are you talking about? Is your headache taken out of your face?
I'm sure I have so many emails, so many missed calls, so much everything. But this is insane. All I can tell you is I was not supposed to open that. I was not supposed to open it, is what I can say.
You didn't actually open it.
We tried it. I thought I was better than it, but I was not. There is an agenda and process here that we cannot control, and I tried to go against that agenda, but it has to keep going the way it is. So I'm gonna get back home. Hopefully I still have it, and I know what I'm supposed to do with it now. I know what I'm supposed to do. Here's what
Take it to a miter saw. Cut
that
it
is
in
what
half.
is making me
You'll
so
have-
happy. Is that I finally know what to do with it, but I'm gonna go now, guys. Again, I'm so sorry about everything. I'm so sorry. I can't even explain what happened, but I'm sorry. Alright, guys. I'll be back soon.
Notice that he's always pointing down, so you don't see where he is, because people might recognize whatever he shows.
Okay, just going out on a limb here. This is retarded. There's nothing interesting about this magic alien wand that gives you a migraine.
But you live in a retarded world, and a lot of people are falling for it. They were just
Fair.
looking for something like that.
But I mean, that's so dumb, though. Like, if people fall for that, they deserve to fall.
That's what the Bible says. That because they deserve it, they get a deception.
I think he got what he deserved there for faking that, because I think the internet basically found out where he is, and that's why he's like panicking and just like, I know what I gotta do. I bet this next video is going to be I lost it, or it's gone now.
Yeah, or I put it back where I found it.
All right, well, now I'm kind of hooked, so let's watch the next video.
There is no next. Yeah,
Well, there will be a next one. He's going to come out and be like, yeah, I went back to bring it to an emissary, but it just disappeared on its
I
own.
need to hear more about the alien wand. I feel like I'm undereducated on the alien wand.
I want to see the hole that he drilled. Find out what
I'd
kind
like
of
to see the
steel
hole
it
that
is.
he drilled as well.
Louder, Christian. I can hear
I'd
you.
like to see the xenomorph goo come out of the hole that he drilled.
So one thing I can testify is that experience with this is called the fourth type experience, when you have like physical contact and all that. It's not in the physical realm. I can
It's
testify
the
to that.
alien wand, though.
Yeah, it is demonic, and for people to believe it, they have to like show it that it happens in the physical.
Jamie, what are
And
your thoughts about the Jewbuster 5000?
Jewbuster 5000. Yeah, it was like it had the logo.
You can't open it. It's
I
against
do
the
not
agenda.
think the Jews killed Charlie Kirk.
That joke was worth the wait, man.
Okay. Welcome.
Hey, Achilles,
So-
how many dogs do you have?
3.
Do you ever take a spoonful of peanut butter and put it in their dog bowl and just kind of smear it all over the edges and just like give it to them that way?
What?
We're not
We're
high
not talking about that right now. No.
We can talk
on
about that
peanut
ever.
butter over here. We don't have like you have to go out of your way to find peanut butter. And I know dogs love it, but not mine. They've never tried it.
Peanut butter is like a staple over here. I don't know how I'd get through
know.
the fasting season without
George
peanut butter.
Washington Carver,
I know.
goober
You
peas.
Ken Hovind puts it on pizza too.
That's super weird. That's like the weirdest.
Yeah, I know some weird combos with that peanut butter concoction, but pizza's not one of them.
Yeah, I've
Or
never
ice cream.
heard of that before.
My dogs are begging to go out. So
Actually,
I think
ice cream could have it. Never
Also.
mind.
My favorite
Oh, ice cream's good with it.
is
Good hanging out with you guys. God bless you. Have a
Hey,
wonderful
see
night.
you, buddy. It's good to see you.
See
God
you.
bless you, brother.
Bye-bye.
Always a pleasure.
Yep. Bye.
Peanut butter and honey, peanut butter and banana, peanut
Those are
butter
all
and
good
cheese.
combinations.
Yeah, peanut butter
You
and
guys,
marshmallow.
you guys show us your balloons while Jamie tells us what he thought of what we just watched.
You're gonna
Well,
get
what?
confetti.
Man,
what the?
Just one.
I don't mind his balloons, Jamie. I have more balloons than he does.
What was that? How'd you do that?
That's a good question.
It takes a lot of
Why are
skill.
you getting my balloons? My video's reversed. How do you unreverse it?
Settings.
Do you have an Apple, a Mac, Jamie?
Wait, did I fix it?
No.
I feel like
Okay, so you can't have balloons. I'm sorry.
I'm from
I got them back.
Seattle.
I got them back though. Jamie, watch this one.
Ah, cool.
I went through a lot of trouble to make these gestures.
You have a Mac,
Yeah.
dude.
That doesn't
from
he
Seattle.
strike you like a Mac person? Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
I'm from Seattle. Mac is the bitten apple. That's satanic. You got it, Daniel. You have a Mac?
I got this from my company before I left, and
Yeah. You have the bit apple. Like you're not safe.
I wouldn't buy one,
Jamie
but
has
I
one.
have one. I have one in my home. I use it a lot. Yeah.
I guess it's Bill Gates or the bit apple. I mean, you're kind of screwed either way,
Yeah,
right?
Bill Gates created COVID-19. You know.
I feel like that one guy with the alien one made it.
One of the scholars I interviewed that's an Adventist, a church history scholar, like he came on my channel and like it didn't go well because I had I have a PC and he had a Mac, and I sent him just to mess with him. I was like, you have the bitten apple for a computer. I was like, oh, like, I don't know him very well, and so I was just kind of being. I didn't like make it really clear that I was like not being serious, just to mess with him.
Yeah.
I sent him a picture of a slow motion Mac, like computer, like falling into a helicopter blade, like getting diced up, and I'm like, dude, bitten apple, really?
It's unsaved OS.
And let me show you.
He didn't know what to think. It was funny.
And let me show you something, guys. I'm not gonna say that Windows is any better, but it's funny.
It is. I'll say it. It is.
Don't
No,
say
it
it's
ain't.
better.
No, it ain't. It ain't.
Tell me your
I mean,
balloons, Jamie.
we can go back and forth.
It ain't
Windows
got no
used to be
balloons.
okay, better than Mac.
There's a
Like in
balloon
Windows
deficit
7,
over there.
it stopped being that. But
Got a balloon circle.
I just want you to see something about that logo and what it says here. I think is very important. That if we're not conscious about stuff like that, they affect us. When we take them out of the subconscious and we bring them to the conscious, we now know it's there. But not many see this. They
I
don't
feel
see
like the
the
Mac logo is a little on the nose, though.
Yeah, but you don't see the demon hiding there, do you?
So
No.
I say it jokingly, like I don't like the logo for that reason per se,
I
right?
would like to see the demon.
But I don't.
Yeah,
think
but let me show you the demon, Jamie.
Show me the demon.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, I feel like you had to go through a lot of trouble to expose
It's a lot
that
of
particular demon.
At exactly 66 degrees in Athens. And it's not the only thing. Let me show you this. I don't know if you have seen this before.
That guy in the chat say peanut butter and onion.
I like that you like Radiohead.
There's a
Yeah, man. I love you for that. great hits.
Yeah, that's the top. That's like the Hebrew letter for 666. You know,
Yeah.
I
Here in the
And she goes a little deeper. Check this out.
letter M, it's never connected. So you go into Hebrew. The letter Vav is also the number 6. Short top, long tail. Short top.
So it's the
long
internet.
tail. You could have
www.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
here in Hebrew 666 on the can. But my interest is the word monster. What do you see in the O? There's a cross.
Okay.
What has Christ got to do with an energy drink, let alone the name Monster? So I thought, well, maybe this is a Christian company then. BFC at the bottom of the can. Do you know what that stands for? That's the F word. Big can. In fact, they write it on the side of the can, so I know that's the F word.
Okay.
Now, do you know what a MILF is?
Yes.
That's on the box. MILFs dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have a cross on the can? Here is the message. Antichrist. 666 in Hebrew. And then the Bible talks about the beast in Revelation. And look at Monster's ad. This is their statement. You see these M's everywhere.
Unleash
Hats,
the
t-shirts,
beast.
bumper stickers. Is there another agenda here? If God can use people and product, so can Satan. And look at it this way. Even if the M was not the issue, you cannot deny that that is a cross. And what is witchcraft? When the cross goes upside down, bottoms up, and the devil laughs. Something to think about.
Wow.
This is how clever Satan is and how he gets into the Christian home and a Christian's life, and it breaks God's heart. Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
All right, I don't disagree with her, but like, what is this convention that she's at? It's like she's selling a product.
Yeah, I feel like she's definitely at the Antichrist convention, and she's just one of the booths.
Yeah, just like, let me show you what the Antichrist is doing today. Like, this is Monster. This is just
You
one of the
remind
many
me-
things that he's doing.
You remind me of something that Bill Hicks had said. He said that they say that if you play some records backwards, you hear satanic messages.
Yeah.
Well, I say if you play records backwards, you're the Antichrist.
I heard a guy one time. He said, if you play country records backwards, you get your wife back and your dog back and your dog back.
Yeah, Bill Hicks was great. I loved when he became Alex Jones.
Yeah, me too. Here's the thing: these logos are everywhere, and if people start noticing that there must be something with this logo, they will probably find it. It's not that you are looking for it, therefore you find it, but it's the fact that we lack the knowledge that we don't see it. One of them, very important, that they put in logos because we don't know it, is Saturn, the planet Saturn. The reason for that is Saturn worship, which according to Satanism and all that, it is like the god before the god before God, because Saturn was the father of Zeus. And they're going back to like a time before the God of Christianity. And the whole thing, I don't want to get into why, but you can see the logo everywhere. I'll give you an example. The Nike logo, which Nike is a Greek pack.
He got a little too close to the truth there, Christian Pike. Do you see how that works?
Wait, what?
Heart of Flesh, he got a little too close to the truth. They cut him off, the Israelis.
It actually gave me a message that your camera disconnected all of a sudden. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the last thing you heard, but the Nike logo, for example, that line that you see, if you put a sphere inside there, you will then notice that this is the rings of Saturn. And the name of it is the pagan deity of victory, Nike, the Greek pagan deity Nike. So they're using their paganism everywhere and Satanism everywhere. We just don't know the details. That's why we don't see them. So that just got brought up because of talking about the apple, and that it's not just the beaten apple, which they're trying to say that it's Newton's apple, but we don't know that Newton beat that apple. We just know it fell on his head.
I feel like they expected everyone to assume that it was related to the Genesis account. To me, it's just very on the nose.
But their excuse is that it's Newton's apple.
Yeah, they always have an excuse. Sigilization is basically what you're talking about. Is
Right.
that when you corporate? That's an occultic term. It's when you put a spirit to a body. You try to connect any kind of deity to a body to link it to its success. And there's a reason why they like to use like Saturn a lot too, because like in Kabbalism, the 10 points of a cross, like, or a 10, like a, there's lots of different ways of doing it. There's like a dodeca. Is it a dodeca? No, is that 12? Which one is 10 sides?
Yeah, dodeca is 12. Yes.
Masad almost just cut you off, and you froze for a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, either way, like the idea is that it's connected to the material world, and Satan is the ruler of this world. So, like, if you want to have material success, you connect yourself to either Satan or Saturn, or like Malkuth is another way of doing it. But there's like different ways of like trying to connect your company to a line of prosperity.
And that's what they are telling them to convince them to put all that in their logos, right?
Yeah, they actually hire people on to figure these things out. Like, it's not just graphic designers. There's actually some companies, at least. I know some have been confirmed that they actually do hire on like occultists.
Brother Daniel, I put a link in your private chat. The reason I didn't put it in the group chat is because I know that Christian is not gonna go watch. So
we have a
pointless.
group chat.
Yeah, a private chat, which is.
I'm sorry, I'm not used to FMux or whatever. I only ever use this software if I come on here.
Daniel, because you also like Radiohead, and you are into a lot of stuff that I am as well, you might be one to kind of appreciate that list, that series of videos, which is the playlist that I started making at my transformation.
I'll make you a deal, Achilles.
And what's funny about it is that you see that it starts with a couple of videos and then it says part A, part B, part C, part D.
It's got 85 videos.
No, those are additions. What you need to check out is the uploads only, where it says by Achilles 7, right? But then after that, because 2016 was the year, things were happening. And I just kept adding them as in the videos, in the playlist. But what I want you to check out is the uploads. Like, the more you like one of them, just keep going, because my brain, my mind was opening up one video after the next. And to give you an interesting detail about this, I wasn't saved yet. I got saved on part D, because I made the statement in the video that I don't believe in benevolent spirits. I believe in demons and in Jesus Christ. And after I made that statement, I started getting transformed. So the first 5 videos in that playlist was from a person that was seeing things and was beginning to arrive to the truth, but was not yet saved. When that happened and I got saved, the energy seriously transformed. So you might find interest. It starts with Radiohead. There's a lot of Radiohead in it, and there's a lot of Linkin Park. These are my 2 favorite bands. I believe they didn't sell out their soul to Satan, and they were trying to warn us.
Linkin Park?
Linkin Park and Radiohead, yes. So
Okay.
you might disagree because you haven't studied them. You have only heard what the mainstream radio plays of them, and
I
they
mean,
sound.
I know Radiohead a lot, but Linkin Park I never really got too into.
Everybody in the PGs, with the exclusion of Krista, Steven's wife, they didn't know Linkin Park before I started throwing them some of their songs, and they too realized that they are a biblical band. Did you know that the singer, the one that supposedly committed suicide, was an Orthodox Christian?
No, I had no idea that.
Right. That's
I've
what
been
I'm telling you.
only been listening to Christian Park.
Nice. But he was an Orthodox Christian and
Christian
What?
a little bit
Christian Park. It's your
Christian
band.
Park. Yeah, that was nice.
Christian Park.
Yeah. Instead of Linkin Park, it'd be
I've
Christian Park.
become so popular.
He released pictures of him baptizing his baby in an Orthodox church.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
It's Christian Pike. That's what he does.
Christian Park.
that was a bit of a statement. He was telling the world what he is, and if you pay a little closer attention, you'll see that their messages are hidden, a little like Radiohead. Radiohead
Wait, what are we
used
talking about? Linkin Park's Orthodox?
Apparently, I had no idea.
the singer that died, Chester Benningfield, not Bennington, Benningfield. He was an Orthodox Christian. I think Mike is also a Christian. Let me try to find one picture that I recently downloaded for a friend, and I sent it to them, and I want to show it to you. It is from one of their video clips.
It might take me a few times to actually like internalize, because I remember Gangster Ghost told me that like James' dad was Orthodox like probably 100 times until I was finally like, wait, James' dad is Orthodox? He's just like, yeah.
What I'm telling you is that if there is one other band other than Radiohead that I, as a Christian brother, would like you to check out, that is Linkin Park. All right. So you can do whatever you want
Is
with
there
that.
any albums that you would recommend to start with?
Well, they too had a process. So their earlier albums were not so deep into lyrics, as deep as what I'm trying to convey to you. The closer to their final ones you arrive, the clearer the message. One of them I could first off. All right, let me open this picture here. Let me show you this. I opened it up with pictures, which I shouldn't have done. I need to go back to that directory and get the picture and drag it over to Chrome and throw it up here as a tab. I want you to tell me, guys, what do you see in this picture?
I see. Yep. I see.
Inside of the Death Star.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like there's a plank of wood, maybe some smoke.
Is that Adam and Eve walking up the stairs?
Oh,
Is it?
All right. Somebody's going upstairs. All right.
Their
Now I
backside's
see it.
decidedly Caucasian.
Okay, and what stairs are these? There is something written on top. Can you read that? Can you read those letters?
Script something.
Script what, brother?
Scriptin.
Scriptures?
Does it say scriptures?
No.
It kind of gets like hard to say.
Don't forget.
Hard to read it. It says
Yeah,
something.
yeah, because don't forget, they are inside the evil music industry. So this is called the final masquerade. What would be another way to say what we've discussed, the great deception? Couldn't it be the final masquerade, the final plan of the masquerade that they have?
What is this picture again?
It is in one of their video clips called The Final Masquerade. And I want to show you another picture.
I see a
So,
baby getting baptized.
well, you are gonna see a baby. I
I
mean,
wanna-
I don't know.
wanna see the baby getting
God
baptized.
spoke to your mind right now, because here it is. All right. But can you tell me, brother Daniel, what is that on the wall?
There's like a no skulls allowed. It's either no aliens or no skulls. I don't know.
No de muertos or muertos. What is the Day of the Dead?
I think you got it a little closer.
No dying.
No death, I guess.
No babies.
Look at the eyes. Are these human eyes?
No aliens.
No aliens allowed.
No aliens are allowed, or there are no aliens? They are not aliens.
Aliens prohibited here.
Aliens aren't allowed to exist.
They're against the law.
Or they're trying to tell you in one video clip that if you watch it, it flashes the cross a lot of times. It flashes a beaten apple surrounded by thorns, cable thorns. How do you call that? Thorn wire.
Briars.
No, that's the thing you put so burglars don't jump over your fence.
Oh, like barbed wire.
Barbed wire. All right. I can't show you the video clip right
What does
now.
that have to do with this little Polynesian baby?
The baby relates a little bit to something deeper about the past of Chester Bennington, which is
He used to be a baby.
I call him Bennington, which is no, he's it looks like some of the members. He shows a logo that we saw later in the hands of Podesta. Do you remember Podesta?
Oh yeah, that creep.
He has a logo of a fish in one of his palms. It looks like they have been experimenting with children. They have been doing very weird stuff, and a clinic in Canada was exposed and shut down for doing experiments on children. And at the anniversary of 25 years after that exposure, his best friend died from suicide. And 1 week later, he dies of suicide. The whole story is weird, so that's where the baby comes in. I told you that just because you asked. There is symbolism in everything with Linkin Park.
I liked Christian Pike's answer better, that he once was a baby.
Well, we're going way back into his past.
It just makes me laugh so much because it's like, oh, I was a baby too, and Jesus was a baby as also. It's just like kind of crazy to think about. We all start out.
But let me tell you the name. Let me tell you the name of that clinic. Lincoln Park. And in one of their lyrics, they're saying, "I've spent a lot of time in Lincoln Park." So you gotta remember that there has been a fight, a spiritual warfare in all fields. The music industry, because music is a tool, is highly used by Satan.
That's what Kanye West says.
So those that decided to fight against him within the music industry, they either died or their relatives died, and some of them took up the risk and they made their lyrics and their video clips a little more cryptic. So if I managed in my life through live streams or through my videos to save somebody, it can be more than 50 or 100 people. But they, with hundreds of millions of followers, they've probably saved way more, helped save way more than all three of us combined have. So we should appreciate when people lost their lives in that warfare. So that's enough said. So check out Final Masquerade, and another one I'm gonna write them in the chat. Another one you should check out is Good Goodbye, and the other one is The Catalyst, where it is the last album they released before the suicide, wink wink suicide, where they're saying, God bless us everyone, we're a broken people living under under loaded gun, and it can't be outdone, it can't be outrun, it can't be outfought, it can't be outdone. And then it turns into a prayer that says, no, that's from another song, come down far below. But in the Catalyst, they say, lift me up, let me go. And they repeat it like many times. So bye-bye, Christian. I know that's why I didn't give you the link. I know you're not that interested. But Brother Daniel, I think I've given you enough. I don't want to overload you, but they are as important as Radiohead. But it's a different style. So
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. Yeah. Okay.
So if you go through the playlist that I gave you,
yeah.
It starts with Radiohead, but then the most important video, which is part A, it's a 2-hour long documentary, which shows some stuff that happened in the US and around the US. One of them was the Super Bowl with Beyonce, the 50th Super Bowl, that had a very big satanic meaning that I had to make a video to explain how deep it was. So that whole documentary has Linkin Park from the beginning to the end. So if you can endure that documentary, by the end of it, at least you will know why I like them so much. You will see some lyrics and how they fit in what you'll be seeing. And that's, I don't know, my part. To show some visuals, but dress them in some lyrics that make a little more sense, and maybe make a fun out of Linkin Park, because he didn't die in vain. He brought me to the light. He brought me closer to the truth, because I was a fan. For me, Radiohead were from the time of 15
So
to
Linkin
20.
Park,
Yeah.
just so I understand, so the lead singer, he committed suicide but didn't commit suicide? Like, what happened?
Supposedly he did, but before he did, he worked with Hillary, aka Hillary, who is the person with the most suicided friends on the planet. She
Yeah.
has like 20 suicided friends.
People are unlucky around her. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's depressing, apparently.
He had 7 children. He was a Christian, and he just bought a huge house, and he was the best considered by, at that time that he died, the hottest singer on the planet. Like, okay, I get it, you got some issues, I get it, but you do have 7 children, and you have a beautiful wife, you have this huge house you just bought. You don't just buy a huge house and then you take your life in that house where your children and your wife are going to be. And his best friend, who was the singer of Audioslave, committed a suicide 1 week before him, the same way, hung from his door. So I don't know, man. We have some very weird stuff happening all around, and we see how. I can tell you why.
Either way, it's demonic, whether he did it or not.
Yeah, I can tell you why I think the enemy did this. Because if you have children and your children listen to Linkin Park, a dad will say, I don't want my children to listen to the music of a singer that took his life.
Yeah.
Right?
Makes sense.
And if you study them a little bit, you'll see why. You'll see what they're saying in the lyrics. So what you have in the chat is a good start. I think it's a good kick start. You will take it on your own after that.
All right. Well, I actually had to get to sleep so I can wake up early tomorrow to go to work. So
I'm at 5:33 a.m. and I'm gonna be the last to leave this panel. I just
how
really
you
hope.
become the best. You the first to show up at the range, the last to leave. That's what I always
I
was
wish
told.
I could give you a thumbs up right now and get some balloons going. Give me some balloons.
I got you on the balloons. Got plenty for everybody.
Have a blessed night, my brother.
All right, you too.
God bless.
God bless you.
I'll see
Christ
you
is
soon.
King. See ya.
Christ is King. Amen. God bless. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would play some Linkin Park for you right now just because we mentioned this. But after the whole narrative that we're getting against Russia, all the music industry is banned in Russia. So if you play any music, your video gets banned for Russians. And because Russians are Christians, and they have a lot of zeal for Christianity as well. I don't want to ban any live stream from them. So I don't know, maybe God will bring that one Russian to watch this and pick up something about that. I don't even remember how Christian called it, but it was so funny. Jewish something 5,000. That was just epic. But so I can't play any Linkin Park. So definitely check them out. What I suggested to Daniel to check out, and I gave him a link, is a playlist under my channel. For those that know what my channel is, it is playlist 2016, and you start from the beginning. And as you keep going, all I can do is I can promise surprises, which I can't talk about. You can only discover them if you care to discover them. So the playlist is titled 2016. My apologies to everybody in the comments. I have this problem where if I am deep into a conversation, I can't focus on the chat because I can't take part in that conversation that well. So right now I'm just gonna rush through it. Oh man, that's a lot. Hello, Dean. Peace, love, and grace, brother. And I will apologize to Alexander and Simone for not responding to their comments. But it looks like they're talking among each other and with Jamie. So you probably don't need my response, so that would be good. Frizzle, whatever. You're doomed if you don't realize you have a savior, and his name is Jesus Christ, and he died for your sins. We hear that we are presenting the problems and the evil of this world. We already are waiting on the next one. Just don't miss out on the train because it's going to depart. Instead of being a smarty pants, you can take this seriously. Yes, missing mode. Let's do this. We're starting over. 5:37 a.m. for me. Already 4-hour broadcast. Get in here, and we're gonna go for another 4 hours. But only if you get in here. I mean, ancient Greek theater is good, but I can't do monologues. I can do discussions, dialogues, not monologues. Is there a link out there? I mean, did Steven even put a link out there before he like left me all alone again? Let's see. Yes, there is a link. All right. So what about the poll, by the way? So, okay, at 21 votes, there is a 38% that does say that they observe the Sabbath. I am in the other part where I don't observe it. The question is only if you observe it, not if you're advocating if people should or should they not. No, but if you are. And I don't know, it makes me think because I'm not observing it. And the comments from our panelists, which I've heard before, they do make sense. I'm just saying, they do make sense. Now, I remember that Jesus was very clear that we shouldn't put the Sabbath over spiritual things. But spiritual things belong to God. So that part is allowed. But we have become a society where it just doesn't care anymore about what, resting for one day from what we do daily, just to focus on God. And I'll just point out again that it is very hypocritical that although we turned it into Sunday, then we just go to church on Sunday and that's just the morning. So we don't even dedicate a full day, even if it would be Sunday. We just dedicate the morning and then we feel like blessed. That's not the point of the Sabbath to begin with. So I am going to go slowly because Missing Mod is too scared to come in here. What do I see here? Did I just... Is that you, Steven? Or did somebody just hack your account? All right, you got... I'll give you 60 seconds. No, I mean to come in. I'm not gonna give you 60 seconds on the panel. Counting. Come in. All right, let's do this, Mod. Let's take over this channel. Come in here. Let's talk about Aiden. Let's invite him over. Let's summon him. If you talk a lot about Aiden, he even if he's sleeping, he wakes up and he starts looking around the channels to see who is talking about him, and he gets summoned. There she is, literally to save the day. Hello, sister. Missing Mods no longer missing. I can't hear you, and you don't see. Okay, hi.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep.
I was like
Hello.
rushing to get on here. I'm like, what the hell? I gotta hurry.
Everybody's using a different program these days, and you gotta refresh your knowledge on each one every time. What was my password for that one?
Right. Man, I missed a full panel, huh?
Yeah, and we went through a lot of subjects. I actually think that both Gangster Ghost show yesterday and this show today, there's a lot of good things that got discussed. They should be checked out.
Yeah. I what was it that I was listening to? Oh, I was super happy to see Daniel on here. That was nice. You guys, I don't know, has he been on here like recently?
Likewise. No. Hello. Hi, froggies. I love them. Oh, that's a salamander, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
let me take that visualizer off of there.
I just love when this guy is turning to the other frog and he's looking at him like, what did you just do? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's so serious about it. Look at it. Look at What? Yeah, I ate it.
I know.
What?
That one stands up too. It's so cute. Little cuties.
I used to have frogs by accident. There was a small pond in the house that I used to live with my girlfriend, and we found the pond there, and it had goldfish in it. It had like 20 goldfish. It was a very small pond. And I was like, okay, so I was cleaning the water every time, like I was taking care of the fish. I was buying them food. And one night I heard a frog in the pond. I was like, "Aw, that is so cute." What I didn't understand was that the frog was actually calling for a mate. And the mate arrived. And they had a lot of eggs. So I ended up with 200 frogs all over the yard. I just freaked out. Yeah, I had to clean out the whole pond. I got a glass. I got an aquarium to put all the fish in while I cleaned the pond. It was a mess.
Yeah, that's frogs are like these ones are cute, but I don't. Yeah, they're all sticky and slimy. I'm not really a big frog person myself.
And you better sterilize them. I mean, if you have to, keep them separated. Like Nirvana said, gotta keep them separated.
Wait, was that Nirvana or was that
Yep.
I thought that was
Nope.
Offspring.
No, it was Nirvana. All right. No. But Offspring at that time they had Basket Case. Do you have the time to listen to me whine
Right.
about nothing and everything all at once?
Which is a good song. Classic.
Wait a minute. No, that wasn't Offspring though. That was Green Day.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That wasn't Nirvana either. That was Offspring. That did the
No.
song you were singing before.
Okay, keep them separated. I think that was Nirvana. You're right. It's called Come Out and Play, and it is Offspring. You're right.
Got 'em.
Got me.
Well, I mean, aren't they American bands anyways? I mean, I guess I probably would know.
Yeah.
Not for any other reason, but, because I live here, I guess.
One album of Offspring, when I was growing up, I was more of an Offspring guy than a Green Day guy. But then I regretted it later on. I studied some not so famous songs of Green Day, and they are a great band.
Yeah.
But I only knew Basket Case back in the day. But when it comes to Offspring, I have 3 albums that I say are my favorite albums of all times. One of them is Fort Minor. It's by Mike Shinoda, the singer, the rapper of Linkin Park, the rapper side. But he's not just the rapper; he's the one writing all the lyrics and all the music. Like he's all Linkin Park. It's this guy, Mike Shinoda. So he had a solo album with some of his other friends called Fort Minor. That's I can't call it number 1. That's one of the 3. The other one is Tom York, the singer of Radiohead. The album is called, it's a solo album, not Radiohead. It's only him, and it's called The Eraser. Can you do me a favor and look that album up and listen to it?
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
What is it?
The Eraser, the one that erases. The Eraser.
Okay. The Eraser.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
No,
by Tom. That's a Florida man, right? Like
probably.
And it's not the crocodile that makes me say that. Which is not a crocodile; it's an alligator. I get it, but
oh no, that's a crocodile. You had it right.
Oh,
see, his snout's real long and skinny.
I can't see if it's U or V from the side.
I can tell by the eyes.
But I can tell that's a Florida guy. I just can't tell I just can't tell he's a Florida guy from what he's doing. That's all.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't expect that hole to be there.
Mhm. Oh man. And the third album is Americana by Offspring. These are my top three albums of all times. So
Oh.
Americana is the one that had this popular song, made it to all the radio stations. Um, sorry, it's 6 a.m. It's not even 5 a.m. anymore. So my brain is a little
Wow.
pretty fly for a white guy.
Yeah, that's Offspring.
Yeah, but you should listen to all the other songs that album has. One of my three favorite albums of all time. It's that one is like the worst song in the whole album. But I do want you to check out the Eraser and I want you to do it as you are doing something else. Just let it play. Don't focus on it. Work on something else like paint, cook. Just put that to play on the background.
What is it? Who is it by again?
I'll write it in the chat. Tom York. It's the singer of Radiohead. And
okay.
Daniel Burning Bushes and I have this in common. We are Radiohead fans. We love them. We think that Tom York is one of the most important musicians of our times. And he made a solo album at some point. So you'll see in the chat that his name is spelled so weirdly that you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't not get it in a sense, understand it, but get it right. You wouldn't get it right. It's THOMYORKE, Tom York, the Eraser. So you just press play, you do whatever you want to do, and it won't be long before you say, how brilliant is this? It's not the type of music that you think that I like Linkin Park, Offspring, Green Day. No, it's a different style. Melodic and super great lyrics.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I'll check it out.
So did you happen to catch this James guy?
James guy.
No, you would know who I'm talking about if you did.
Mm-mm.
So we've been investigating this dude that came out of nowhere, started a channel 2 months ago, and he already has almost 20,000 subs.
Wow.
He supposedly saw a rock falling from space on the Earth, and he followed it and found a weird object, which seems to be alien. It has some engravings on it, and it's pretty obvious that the engravings are not from aliens. It's somebody that just made them with a drill. And he had an alien encounter about the object.
I did hear about that. He died, right?
No, he just uploaded a couple of videos hours ago. He's alive, but we are saying he's part of the deception because the deception doesn't start from up above, it starts from down below. They want the people to fall for it. So it would make sense. There would be some YouTuber that is like, man, did you just see what happened to me? Because I so happened to be live streaming it. You know.
Yeah, right. Who ended the stream? That's what I wanted to know.
It kind of keeps going for 20 minutes after the encounter. and somehow it stops. So he supposedly wakes up 3 days later, but the phone still has battery. So wait a minute, did it stop from battery or not? It's a very good question. Who ended it? So the channel is called James. So if you go on YouTube and you type in James and you change it to channels, it's going to be the first one that pops up, and it's just a green icon with a J. And yeah, it's coming. It's coming. They're gonna use other methods as well. It's
Yeah,
gonna
that
be
looked like
that.
an exhaust.
I'm sorry.
That looked like that silver thing that he had looked like an exhaust.
Well, because it also has the star of the Jews on it, Pike called it the Jew 5000 missile, something like that. We laughed so hard, but I don't remember what he said exactly. Well, it looks to me like I can only type this in the chat. I can't say this, but you can read the chat.
Oh, yeah. Right. Exactly.
I mean, I don't know where that goes. I don't want to know.
Whoa. They were coming back for their stuff too, huh?
Oh yeah, so now that explains what happened to the guy. I
Oh,
mean,
he died for sure from that. Yo.
he does wake up and says, I'm in a lot of pain, but he says it's in his head. So I don't know. It gets to your head, doesn't it?
Frizzle is speed Romans too, by the way.
I'm just scrolling in. Okay. Oh, Frizzle. Okay. All right. I'm glad somebody got it.
Bad words, guys. Bad words.
I saw a little bit of your stream early today, but then I had to do some stuff that I needed the sun. So when I came back, your show was already over.
Yeah, it sucked. I didn't want to let anybody on. I was just like, I just wanted to hang out for a little bit and chill out. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm having, just.
Well, I get it because it can be exhausting. Everybody's like waiting for, getting on your boat and steering it wherever they wish.
Yeah.
And it's so unpredictable. It's like you're trying to get away from the rocks. No, that's don't take it to the land, and you're just trying to control the whole thing and keep the boat afloat, and
Right.
And then Peter comes in. And it's all in vain.
Trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out what in the world was I doing this for again.
Yes, I get it. It can be very exhausting. So I think that's what I would do as well. I would just start it without opening up the panel, just keep going for as long as I feel like it. And if I feel like I'm in the mood for any BS, because sometimes the discussion gets interesting, but most of the times people just find a good opportunity to argue.
Right. And then you got the people out there that just want to come in and just to disrupt and argue, and it's like, over dumb things, and it's like, what a waste of time, just isn't worth the waste of time really much anymore to me.
But
I don't know.
It'll come back to you, because it is a company of friends. At some point I get tired, but then I still want to try what it is that I'm trying with some, and then I get the mood back and I try again and it fails again, and then I don't want to do it anymore, and then I come back to it, because what else are you gonna do? Like walk in the park?
Go outside and
Yeah, we're doing that too, but then we get inside. So what do we do?
Right. Oh yeah, trust me. I love it as just as much as everybody else, but I don't know. It's just weird. But, of course I'll always be around no matter what, doing stuff. I just do it whenever I want, just like I do now.
And don't you Yeah, don't you get that feeling that if you do disappear, some people will be happy, so you
Oh yeah,
don't? So I'm
yeah, a
not
little
gonna,
bit.
yeah, so
I
I'm
don't
not
really.
gonna do you that favor. I'm not going anywhere.
I never want to do anything for people that want bad things for me. I just don't want to give them any satisfaction at all.
Right?
But at the same time, what would they do? Who would they stalk and hate? you know.
And if they
Oh,
don't do it, yeah.
hello.
Hello, Robin. No, Odin, Robin.
Hello. Bro, call
Hello,
me
brother.
Robin.
I know. Sorry, it's
I'm as
6
far
a.m.
from Robin as possible, bro.
It's 6 a.m. I have the right to call people whatever my brain says, right?
Right.
I should
Exactly.
be off. I should be the first person to leave this panel, and I ended up being the last one. So please excuse me.
I'm here thinking, how are you still online? Isn't it like the next day for you, pretty much?
Yep. Yep.
All right.
But,
What's the lottery numbers?
so what's? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What's the lottery numbers? You're ahead in time.
A
So
lot of numbers. Oh yeah, I can give you hours. I
don't
hope they
tell
work.
don't tell me 666, bro.
I'll definitely add a lot of sevens. It's my favorite number. I actually never won in the lottery because I always go like 7, 17, 27, 37, and it just never happens.
Yeah. God doesn't want you to be rich, bro. You gotta suck it
Mhm.
up.
But he knows that even if I did, the last thing I would care for is like stuff, cars and watches, and I don't do that. I don't like that anyway. So maybe if I did, uh, if I did play, but I don't. But whatever I did, that's what happened. So, what's up? How much have you watched from today's show?
Um, I watched a couple hours actually
So,
while I
all
was
right.
gaming.
So, any thoughts or any comments on any of the subjects, whatever you feel like talking about? Go ahead.
Not really, to be honest. I thought the stuff with that guy with the big metal rod thing was weird and dumb, but I mean, outside of that, I don't have like a strong opinion on a lot of that stuff.
It's funny how those that are Christian immediately see this as being very dumb, but that's not what you see if you go in the comments.
Oh no, I mean when I say it's very dumb, I mean like in terms of the guy putting himself out there like that and people going out of their way, chances are to perpetuate it via giving attention to it. That's the way how I kind of look at it. I guess.
What I'm pointing to is that the Bible says both in Romans and in Thessalonians about in Romans it's not about the deception that deception, but in the second book of Thessalonians it sure is. It says that with the Antichrist there's going to be a great deception, which will be deserved by those that uh, deny the truth and believe the lie. And it's like it's showing us that they are going to fall for it if they are not in the truth. So, making a little poll here, I see that almost every Christian that watches this immediately see that this is a joke, that this is too dumb to be believed. Yet, if you go in the comments, you'll see that that's a channel that it's 2 months ago, only about this subject, and it already has 20,000 subscribers. And it's like, is this, is this so easy for them to fall for it? People are dying to fall for that deception that the aliens are real. We've been so indoctrinated by Hollywood, by books, by science, by documentaries. They have to be out there. I know because I was the first to fall for it 20 years ago. And I'm not the first, like literally, I'm not calling myself the first, but the deception is unfolding right now. But I had fallen for it way before. So when I arrived to the truth, I realized they're demons. And they don't come in the physical the way this guy shows us that they come in the physical. No, they don't. You wouldn't see them in the camera. It would be more believable to me if he just turned around and he started saying the same things, but without that blue light. Something not in the physical, something that the camera can't pick up. That would be closer to the truth, that they are demons. But they're trying to present it like they're here, they're coming, they're here, they're in our dimension and all that. And just, I don't know if you've heard this before, Odin, but I've had experiences with Satan just multiplies whatever deception you're on. If your deception is trees, that trees are living, they're gonna end up talking to you. If your deception is that, I don't know, frogs have spiritual powers, you might kiss one and it will become a prince. I don't know, but for me, it was aliens, and they have made contact many times in my life, and it's not just one. It was never in the physical. It was always in dreams. But there was.
Hold on. Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be back.
All right.
Give me like 3 minutes. I'll be back.
Go ahead.
Whoa, he's leaving. I don't know if you can hear that music in the background, but hopefully not.
Oh, yeah, it's a phone, huh?
No, it's not. It's just music playing.
Okay.
But I don't know. They're turning it down. Can you still hear it?
Yeah, I think he picked it up and he's on the phone. Yeah, now he muted himself. He's on to us. So yeah, funny. I have some funny stories from the deep past, which have been verified by others. I had an experience in the army where I was seeing something, and then when I stopped seeing it, because I realized that what it does is it's picking up on my fear and it's feeding off my fear. It is something in the spiritual that scares me when I'm sleeping. So I feed it with my fear. When I realized that, I stopped being afraid of it. And the guy next to me starts jumping off his bed and he starts saying, "What is this thing that it won't let me sleep?" So these things transcend. It is very easy to transcend the physical. It is very easy to dismiss them as, ha ha ha, this guy is funny, he's saying that he had that, ha ha. Yeah, but when he has it, and then the next guy next to him wakes up with the same experience, it transcends one person. It is actually something.
Kind of like the sleeping issues, like there's a lot of people, famous people that have that problem.
Sleep paralysis.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's demons.
Yeah, I think that same thing. What do you think about the mark? I didn't hear you guys talking about that.
People have different opinions, and I respect all of them because we don't know. But my view, and some panelists agree, Stephen, Richard too, and Tabitha, that because we are in this technological explosion, it is not going to be this spiritual aspect that if you do evil deeds, then you have the mark in your hand. If you think of evil deeds, then you have the mark in your head. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a literal physical thing,
Yeah, we would all have the mark if that was the case.
right?
Right.
Because we are all sinners.
People that think they're perfect, that's a problem they got, where they think,
That's their
that's
sin.
possible to not receive the mark if the mark is sin. There's some people that believe they can do it.
That's a very good counter argument, really, to that theory.
Right. That's what I love about Kent Hovind is he talks about, I hate to say it, no
Don't
offense,
say
but
that name. You're gonna summon Claude.
he's out there, trust me. But like Sabbath keepers, they all think very highly of themselves. They think that they are that they can do it. They think that they have it in them to do it and not sin and not, because they have a list of reasons that all theirs are excused. All their, sins and mess ups and mistakes, they're all excused, for some reason. Because everybody is the same, right? We all lie, we all do all the bad stuff, but these guys somehow don't. No.
Well,
It's
the arguments that I heard today, because that subject too got brought up in the show, the arguments that I heard today, I've heard them before. It's not like they're claiming that if you follow that, you have to follow them all, but it's very weird. And I admit that it is weird that every Christian is trying at least to follow 9 commandments. Why not 10? Of course, you might lie.
Doesn't it say if you follow the law, you got to follow the whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah, we can't.
But still, there is this mentality that if I am a Christian, I shouldn't be doing these things. And these things, instead of them being 10, we stick to 9. It's only one that we've kicked out. Why have we done that? It is a little weird. So there were some arguments going back and forth about this from Stephen, Tabitha, and Jamie. And I put a poll out without asking anybody about it. I just put it out there and I said, are you observing the Sabbath? Parenthesis, without advocating whether people should or not. So my question was like, are you? Just that. So in 21 votes, a 40% said yes. I'm in the other 60%. I'm not. But I just...
Wasn't the Sabbath for the Jews anyway?
It starts from the creation of the world.
Right.
And it will be observed in the new earth. And all of the time of the Jews, it was kept. The apostles followed it. Jesus followed it, excluding the healing of the blind, which he makes a distinction between spiritual things and the Sabbath, being strictly observed by man. He makes a distinction there, but other than that, he was. And the question that the guys are bringing up is, so are we the only ones, this little period in time, that it's okay for us not to? Everybody before us did, and in the new earth, we will, but right now, meh. I think it is a good argument. But I was never instructed from the Christian world to observe it. just like you did. But there are other lies that I received too.
When I got saved, I was taught that winning souls was the important thing.
And I'm with you. I agree.
Souls,
I
right?
agree. And in fact,
You can't win souls when you're worried constantly about everything. Like at least that's what I find. I don't know. And I just keep going. I'm going to keep going back to what Ken Hovind says. That
that's a good
people
point.
think they're holy. People think that they're way more holy and perfect.
That's
And
a very good
it's just
point.
it literally takes you off of the playing field because now you're just above everyone. And it's like, keep it moving. I'm just
All
not
right.
even worried.
Without taking it that far as that last statement, let me say that a very good counter argument to keeping the Sabbath is that the focus changes from what I'm doing for others to what I am doing in the eyes of God. So it changes from others to yourself. I do think that's an important counter argument.
Well, also, the word keep, I just noticed I'm not sure if that word is actually there, but keep means to preserve and protect as
Yeah,
well.
the right word is observe. The
Just
Sabbath.
like, right. I don't know, though. I think you're right. I don't know. I have no idea how many times is it even mentioned in there.
Enough to be worrying, but I was always of this view that you are sharing as well, because when I got saved, it had nothing to do with my deeds, and then there are some things that are not changing what happened about the gift that I received. Gifts are not being taken back, and even if I've been having this argument with Bruce about baptism. You've heard it like 100 times, right?
Yeah. More than
So
that.
if I don't get baptized, I'm God's gonna take back that gift.
No.
I think it's the same with the Sabbath. And
Right.
and as humans, we fall in the trap that if we start keeping that, then we focus so much on what we're doing, not so much on like the way you
Right.
said it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's the way I feel about the Orthodox Church, too. They're so busy with their stuff that there is no time to win souls or to get the gospel out there defending their church. But what do I
I
know?
agree.
I just know the people online. I've never had an Orthodox person come to my door and try to save my soul, though. I have
I
had
can,
a Mormon, though.
yeah, and I can tell you this, as being an Orthodox country that I am, you won't.
Right.
No Orthodox is ever gonna come to your door. It's like your responsibility to go to church.
Yeah.
That's not what my Bible says.
I look at it like reapplying the blood too, like the Old Testament when they were,
The
had to
sacrifice.
keep sacrificing,
Yep.
right? And have to keep reapplying the blood because the blood didn't it only covered your sins.
For a week.
Right.
It only works for a week. Then you gotta renew it.
So basically it was like when Moses came back and was like, "Yo, what are you guys doing with this golden calf?" And threw the tablets down. Wait, that was Moses, right? No. That was yeah, that was Moses.
Yep.
My bad.
And I'm just thinking, I wasn't focusing on the name. I was thinking that I wanted to say people should listen to what Mod is saying, because sometimes there are some Christians that are high up in their head, like, and they make comparisons. And I think
Yeah, they're more
it,
worried about their stuff they're doing than they are, worried about like what God wants us to win souls, right? I'm looking at it like, oh boy, we only have so much time, you know. But let's go and do all this stuff all week long at church and do all this stuff, and then we don't have time for anything else. It's like, I don't know. And then the father thing, I can't get over that hump. That's a hump I can't get over. not to call anybody else father. I mean, that's pretty freaking clear.
Yeah. And it
But
also says, don't trust, in the same verse, it says, don't trust those that wear robes and
wow.
call themselves spiritual fathers of yours. Right? Okay, I think I know who he's talking about.
Yeah, that sounds pretty obvious to me. But people are worried about being right more than they are, or winning an argument more than they are about the truth.
Yeah, and I said earlier that one thing that I don't like about our Orthodox friends here, which they know I like them. Like, I like Sandman, I like Daniel. There's a lot of things I agree with them both. But one thing I can't take, that I see it happening a lot, is that when they encounter an atheist, it's obvious. I mean, try to hide it a little bit better, guys. But they're not trying to get him to Christ, they're trying to get him to their Christ.
The church.
So, yeah, so if some of them, like let's say, I'll bring up a random example, I hope I don't piss anyone off. If Azo starts saying that I'm beginning to have second thoughts, they're gonna jump over him to make him Orthodox or to make him Catholic. And I'm like, I wouldn't care. If Azo said that he has second thoughts about Christ, I would just mute my mic and dance around my room, even if he was to go to an Orthodox church. I do not care.
Yeah.
But if you are a Christian who is in an Orthodox church and you want to debate that that's the first church and it's the best church, oh no, we're gonna fight. There's gonna be a fight right there. But when it comes to atheists, I don't want to get them into my denomination because guess what? I don't have one. My denomination is the Bible. If the Bible just told me I'm wrong about something, I'm gonna change my mind.
Yeah, but we are supposed to have spiritual leaders too, aren't we?
And we
People that
do.
know.
And we do. I personally got helped from Baptists, from Pentecostals. I just don't say if he's a Pentecostal, I'm not gonna hear what he has to say. I've heard some good things from Orthodox between blasphemies, and I'm like, he's right on that one. I never thought of it that way. So he taught me something. Indeed, you know. But when they say like, I, Orthodoxy, if you were an entity and you're hearing me right now, I just want you to know that you're very lucky that I'm worn out making videos, because Orthodox priests have discovered YouTube and they've been coming out like telling stuff, and I wanted to translate them so Missing Mode can laugh at you and anybody else. And I haven't done that. So be appreciative, Orthodoxy.
And I will laugh at everyone.
So there
So
was
we
this
don't.
guy, this priest that is highly respected because he's also a nationalist. So everybody loves him, you know. Greece is great, yeah. Make Greece great again, and all that. So he said that we know, check out the statement, we know that Mary was in the Last Supper. So the girl that was interviewing him said, wait, how do we know that? And I'm like, thank you. And I'm like, dying to know, please tell us, how do we know that? And he's like, oh, we know from tradition.
That Mary was at the Last Supper?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing she wasn't. Or it doesn't say.
It doesn't say. She might or not. Don't say we know from tradition.
Oh, they're
So,
hoping, that's all.
yeah, if Mary needed to be venerated the way she is from those two churches, we would be reading more about her in that Bible that we have.
Right. Well, we would have at least seen, Jesus worship her at least once, you know.
Yes.
Did he? No, I don't think he did.
And there is this
But
one time that he speaks to her in a weird manner.
he calls her woman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what to do, woman. But
Right.
then, this is the argument of the Orthodox, but then he does do what she said. So that's why they're praying. That's why they're praying to her, because, Jesus will be like, don't talk to me, woman, about that guy, and then he's going to help that guy. Right. Okay. Righty. I'll just go straight to that guy.
Exactly. She made all the grub. Speed romance.
Right.
That's funny. Well, I'm going to jump off here.
All right. Yeah, I think it's time for me to go as well. I am Batman. I know you're on the phone. Don't worry about it. Happened last time that he was here.
Yep.
And I want. Oh, here he is.
Yeah, my bad.
It's all right, bro. No problem. You still on the phone or?
No. I'm off for now. Sorry about that.
We had a backstage with Robin for like an hour the other day, and he was still on the phone. He was here. He could listen, but he couldn't take part.
Yeah, I'm Batman. You know how it goes.
Yeah. So who is it? Is it you or is it Bruce? Who's
real
Robin?
Batman?
Who's Robin here? That's what I want to know.
If you really think about it, Bruce is more like Jason Todd, right? Like he's like the Robin who's like shitty, who turned into like the Red Hood, bad attitude, impatient.
Like he's close to being the hero, but not hero enough.
Yeah.
Right.
He uses guns. Real Robins and real Batmen don't use guns.
He wants the car, but he gets a bike.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it is. Oh, Mod left?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to tell her before she goes, don't forget to look into the Eraser album of Tom York. Do you know that guy, Tom York?
Tom York?
Yeah, rings any bell?
I'm not familiar.
So the band Radiohead?
Yeah, I know the band Radiohead, but I never listened to anything.
Okay, so he's their singer. That's how he got famous from that band. It is. I can't say he's the brains behind the band because the musicians of the band are so epic. They're doing all that crazy stuff with the music, so it's a collective thing. Radiohead is a collective. I can find the word, but it's all of them. One is better than the other, but Tom York is the singer and musician. But he made a solo album at some point called The Eraser. And sorry for my accent, I mean the one that erases stuff, the eraser. Okay? His name is Thom. I'm going to write this in the chat for you as well. Yes, please do, Missing Mod. I'm going to write it in the chat for my brother here
Write
too
it
as well.
Missing Mod, please.
She said she has to go.
Oh, okay.
And what I would like,
you get a pass.
So in the private chat, you must see be seeing a dot there, a red dot. So it's because I gave you a message. That's his name, and that's the album, Tom York, The Eraser. So what I would like you to do as well as Missing Mod as an exercise. don't focus on the album. Just find it on YouTube, press play, and do whatever you want to do. I heard the other day you were gaming. Get into that game and just have the song on the background. Or if you're doing anything else, like working in your room or in your garage or anything else, just press play on that album and let it sink in the subconscious. And at some point, you're going to turn around and say, that's just brilliant. And I want to read more of those lyrics. And when you do that and you read the lyrics as well, you're going to fall in love with it. I mean, that's my
I mean,
it
I love music in general, so, and I love
is
poetry. I love songwriting. But I haven't
um,
done any songwriting, but you know,
well,
I do read the lyrics to songs.
uh, the band that has mastered poetry and music is Radiohead. And this album, Tom York, is a solo album. He went off and did it on his own. But the rest of their albums, best band ever. For me, it's hard to say that because I have them on the same spot with Linkin Park. It's just two different styles. Radiohead are more of the melodic and poetic style. Linkin Park are more a new metal and bridging the gap between hip hop and rock, which I can't say I don't like that. So these two are for me my favorite bands.
Yeah.
And I know in the US Radiohead are not big. So to those that I know that I understand they can appreciate it, I'm trying to introduce them to them, introduce them to them. Right? It's it's correct. It's technically correct. Just doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts?
Um,
Not on Radiohead. I mean, whatever is on your
I
mind.
mean, yeah, my opinion largely stays. I don't think anything that's happening right now is necessarily pushing us to that particular end time situation. Um, I think I think largely um, the world is a very peaceful place. I don't see the vast majority of people who believe in God, um, you know, disassociating. If anything, in a lot of countries, it's increasing. Um, people are increasing in belief. Though I will say a large part of that is due to, eh, um, the exporting of, you know, conservative evangelical politics, but nonetheless, there being more and more Christians. I think that when the Bible says that, you know, the Antichrist and these entities, whenever they do exist, is going to be a situation where they do have absolute power and control over the world population, which is evidently like it's possible, to an extent right now, but you know, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Because every time God comes to 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 dish out any kind of judgment, every situation, the suffering and the sin and the evil is like at an all-time peak to where he can't even bear it anymore. There's like no redemption for those people, right? And so at the end of the day, he's going to let this play out. I don't know how long that'll be. He is a very patient God. Um, he'll wait thousands of years to do things. And so I don't see any reason why this would be, like anytime soon, you know, considering, he even straight up told us that we shouldn't be trying to predict his return. I feel like right now, since Christianity is still young and fresh and still populous, he's definitely not going to come now.
Okay.
I think he'll come. I think he'll come when we can't tell the difference between a miracle and technology. I think he'll come when Christianity and Judaism is almost non-existent as a practice, and there will only be a few saints around who will be suffering as a result of them not partaking of the world. Um, and I don't think that's going to be anytime soon, to be honest. And I mean, like,
Okay.
probably thousands of years in the future.
Let me ask you this,
Hmm.
because you've heard my opinion. I don't wanna.
Yeah. I
Let me.
respect your opinion. I
I,
mean,
I do too, and I do too. But let me counter that by asking: would you say that the places that the Bible hasn't made it to are like very few? Like it has made it to the all the edges of the world.
oh yeah. I mean,
There could be
everyone
some.
knows about God, and he prophesied that.
Isn't he saying that that's when the end times will be?
No,
Yeah.
because if that's the case, he wouldn't have the two witnesses show up, and he wouldn't have two angels. Well, I don't remember if it's two angels, but he wouldn't be having angels flying around during the end times, proclaiming the gospel to people, telling them to repent, because if they don't repent, well, they'll be destroyed.
I agree. But in Matthew 24, Jesus tells us that the gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations,
Mhm.
and then the end will come.
Yeah, but he didn't give a time.
No, but he's also not saying that the gospel of the kingdom will be for a long time in the whole world. So it might be a long time in the US. It might be even a longer time in Greece, 2000 years. But that's not the same with, let's say, some tribe in the Amazon. So, what that verse is saying and how people interpret it, that verse is that when everybody knows, that's when the end will be. Everybody needs to have that choice.
Well, the problem you run into now is that you're 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 taking hyperbolic language, right, and making it like literal language, right? And so, if it's a situation where everyone knows, right,
Mhm.
and that and everyone, almost everyone, is Christian and they believe in God, right? Then
Not
there wouldn't be a
necessarily.
need. Just real
Yeah,
quick.
I mean,
There
not
wouldn't be a need
necessarily.
for God to do those things. And not only that, the saints, right, are going to be very, very few.
I see this verse not as how many Christians the gospel will make, but the fact that everybody will now have made the choice of whether it is true or not. Before you can make that choice, you at least gotta hear the gospel.
I mean, whether or not it's true or not, that's one thing, right? But at the end, but that's the point. You don't know the truth. If somebody gives you the gospel, you don't know the truth. You have to have faith that the gospel is the truth, and you live accordingly to that faith.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah.
We don't disagree. I'm just pointing out that this could also be the time to say that because of the explosion of the internet, you need to be living under a rock to not know what the gospel is, what it is, like, or what Christianity is supposed to be.
I mean,
You need to be living under a rock to not know.
but what I'm saying is, even if I grant you that, that's not going to be indicative of now in our age, right? Um, being the end time. Like you might not want to put a date on it, but in a sense you kind of are, right? Like you're not putting an exact day and time,
I
but you're
have
putting
other
it in
I
the age.
Yeah, I have other arguments about why it's. I believe it's closer than what you're putting the timestamp. You put it later. I put it way earlier. But
This is
the,
how I look at it, right?
I just brought this verse because it says that when the gospel gets preached all over the world, that's when the end will be. And I just thought of this argument to bring to somebody who is saying that for these reasons, I see it happening in 1,000 years. So I'm trying to get across that in 1,000 years, you're going to have 1,000 years of the last place of earth that received the gospel. Uh, and that's a long time. I mean, I get that argument that for God, 1,000 years is nothing, but I don't know. I think that's
It's not
reading
like a
into it.
literal 1,000 years. It's just saying that the way how God experiences time is very different than us. And so,
I I get
yeah,
that, but I don't. I think that um, if we play with that a lot, we change almost everything about the Bible. Like we can change everything that doesn't fit our narrative, whatever that is,
I mean,
to say that that part is metaphorical, while that is not. That
no,
speaks
he
of a
literally,
literal.
if you look where he quotes, what he quotes, because Peter is quoting a specific verse in the Bible, right?
Where? I mean,
Um,
not
I
not
can
not
let me see if I
not
can
what.
find the reference.
Okay, not
So
what.
keep in
Uh,
mind two things, right?
yeah, go ahead.
One of the practices that Jews do, right, back then and to some extent still now, is that they will quote specific scriptures whenever they're trying to make a point, right?
Hmm.
But when they quote the scripture, like part of the scripture, they're talking about the full context of whatever that's being conveyed, right?
Right. Hmm.
So when Peter was using was you know
Was quoting
was
Joel.
quoting, huh?
Was quoting the prophet Joel when he
No,
was saying that in Acts 2:17 that your young men will see visions and your old men will dream dreams.
no, not that one. Hold on.
Okay, but it is a reference of the Old Testament, and I thought you meant that one because it was Peter that said it in the Pentecost. Okay.
Oh no, not that one. Let's see here. So, all right. So I found a specific verse. It's Second Peter, chapter 3, verse 8 to 9, and it reads, do not forget this one thing, dear friends, within the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. The
Hmm.
Lord is not slow in keeping his promises, as some understand slowness, right?
Hmm.
Normally people just quote the first part, right? But what he's basically saying is that the Lord is just going to do things on his time. And if in his time, for us, it could be 1,000 years, right? But
Yeah.
quick for him could be 1,000 years too, right?
It,
So like, so I'm
I
gonna
get, I
find.
get, I get that, and I've heard that argument other times as well. And I do agree with part of it. Like coincidentally, the verse that I thought you wanted to quote is Peter telling those that called, those that just received the Holy Spirit, that they were drunk. And he tells them that, didn't you know that, as Joel said, he doesn't say that, but that's what he's implying. Didn't you know? Don't you read the scriptures to know that in the end times? No, he's actually saying it. He's saying that's what had been prophesied, that in the end times, your young will see dreams and your old men will see visions. I don't remember which one of the two each one is. But from that day to today, there have been 2,000 years. So you can't have the end times there or here. The way you can is by that for God, that's not 1,000 years. It's one day, and it's actually 2 days in the eyes of
So
God.
so that's the thing. I'm gonna read what he is quoting. So he's
Uh-huh.
quoting Psalm 90. This is the prayer of Moses, right?
Uh-huh.
It says, Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout all generations. Before the mountains were born, or you brought forth the whole world, from the everlasting to the everlasting, you are God. You turn people back to dust, saying, return to dust, you mortals. 1,000 years in your sight are like a day that has just gone by, or like a watch in the night. Yet you sweep people away in the sleep of death. They are like new grass of the morning. In the morning it springs up new, but in the evening it's dry and withered. Right? So this is what he is quoting. Right? And if
Okay.
you so if you keep reading this psalm, right? Ultimately, I mean it's a psalm to glorify God, right? But he's talking about God's sovereignty and how God views things versus how we view things, and how
Mm-hmm.
God does things versus how we do things, right? And so Peter quoting that, right, is he's not exactly repeating this psalm, but he's using this psalm to make a point. So when he says 1,000 years, it's literally not like 1,000 years.
I think, and I don't remember, if I were to go back to Peter, and right now at 7, almost 7 a.m., I ain't gonna do that. But but I think Peter was responding to this desire that the Hebrews had at the time, um, about the kingdom coming right there, right then. So he was responding to them in a sense that, be more patient, because what might be long for you is short for God. So I think I'm not sure about that. Uh, but what I think, I can't say what I know. All right, because I respect your opinion. It's equal to my opinion. Whoever has more evidence should be able to uh, make
No,
the
I
other
mean
party think.
you're right. He is talking about the day of the Lord.
Right.
That
So
yeah.
we might apply that though to the other place where it speaks of 1,000 years, or the other place where it speaks of 1,000 days, and we start messing things up. Like
No, no,
the
no,
the,
no. We don't.
the
No,
coming
I'm not.
kingdom, for
I,
example, the coming kingdom, is
I'm
that going to be one day?
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is, right? I think you're missing my point. What I'm saying is, Peter is quoting that specific verse to make a point because they were trying to figure out when the day of the Lord will be, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so what Peter is using that psalm to illustrate is he's basically telling them, we don't know, right? There's no way for us to know. And if you're
Right.
trying to figure out when God is going to do things, when he says a day, you don't know um, what a day is, because a day for him is not a day for us. He only uses he uses the 1,000 years, right, in his example to 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 show where the psalm this the to show where he's pointing, right?
Definitely, we agree. The
Yeah,
thing
so
is
it's
that
not
there are
like a little, because I remember, what's his name again? I don't remember the it's a YouTuber saying that the day of the Lord is going to be in the year 3000, and I'm like,
no,
okay.
I don't, I don't know who said that. But another reason, there are many reasons why, uh, in contrast to people of 2,000 years ago, we are now in a position where we can at least pinpoint whether we are in the end times or whether we have another 1,000 years. There are a lot of reasons. One of them, we can't go through them all now, but let me tell you this: I'm more interested in having a show just about this and make it like a 3-hour discussion about your points, my points, instead of having a 3-hour long debate about whether God exists or not with some atheist.
Okay,
I,
okay.
I'm I am very interested. So just because it's 7 a.m. and I can't bring all the arguments in because it's gonna take us forever, I definitely would like to schedule this. But one of the things that is a pointer. So when you have a lot of pointers, you start beginning to see the point that they're pointing to. Okay. Another pointer is if you are a creationist, if you believe in a literal 6-day creation, and you read the Bible, that gives us, for some specific reason, it does that. It gives us the years that every person lived from Adam all the way to, I don't think it stops at Noah. No, it continues on. So if we add those years, you put them down, we arrive at that we are getting closer to the 6,000 and 1,000th anniversary of the Earth. 6,000 years. So if the millennial kingdom is 1,000 years, and God has been trying to educate us on the Sabbath, the day of rest, being the seventh day, it kind of makes sense that the 6,000 years is the age of the earth, and then we're going to have 1,000-year kingdom to complete the 7,000 years. So that is another pointer. Just throwing that out in, for you to think about. But now you might not be a 6-day creationist. I am.
No, I am not a young Earth or quick
Okay.
6-day creationist.
Okay. Young Earth. You said it right. Young Earth creationist.
Yeah, I'm not a young Earth or quick day,
Okay.
rapid day creationist.
Okay, so let me ask this, and I'm gonna let you have that as the epilogue because I kind of do have to end this because the sun is up, the birds are chirping around me, so I do gotta get some sleep. Gotta work to
Okay.
do tomorrow. But so how do you see the history of the Earth? Like, how long is it? How long has it been that we've been around? That the Earth has been around?
I mean, I think the Earth has been around for billions of years. I generally go with the science of it. I don't deny the science of it. Um,
Hmm.
the question is though, so the biblical story, right? The biblical story, it starts with the fall of Adam. So I would argue that Adam, right? Adam and Eve being, well, Adam being the first human, or the first human to know God, has existed for heavens know how long. But his fall took place around, I would say, like around 9,000 years ago.
All right, we're getting there. All right.
So, like, the biblical story is a couple thousand years, basically.
from
But
the billions of years, we just arrived to a little closer, so we're like right somewhere there in between. All right, so I'm happy with that. Let
yeah,
me
I
ask you
mean,
this.
I think it's evident mainly because if you look at the geological location of where Eden is described to be located, right? You'll notice that the desertification, where the land started turning to desert, started around that time. And it's around that time God told Adam how the land is going to be when he leaves the garden. And over time, you see how that whole landscape just turns to desert. Yeah, look it up.
Um,
It's very interesting. It kind of lined up with a few interesting biblical stuff.
I've seen people that have been looking for Eden, and I know there are some that are saying there is no point in looking for it because they can't find it. But the truth is that if you actually go, there are evidence of the third river, but you gotta like look for it and be in a jeep so you can go around the desert, as you did call it. Now, I'm trying to find a chart with the ages, and so far, the only pictures that I get are from. Okay, at least I got a Ken Hovind one. No, come on, show it bigger, please. Open image. All of them were from Pinterest, and Pinterest it needs you to. Okay, so this is not a.
Also, I'm
This
just
is not,
letting you know, and if you want, I can actually, I was actually thinking about creating a presentation to, with this. So the description that we have long term in terms of how the Earth developed up to this point, like each age, even the order in which different types of life came to be, i- it's it's pretty close with what we know about the history of the planet. Let's just put it that way.
yeah, but when you say we know, uh, who is it that you mean? Like the scientific consensus?
I
So
mean,
you.
I would say when I say no, I don't mean no in the strictest sense. No one was around to watch the whole thing, right? But I'm saying we can make inferences on based on whatever evidences we come across that tell us how old something might be or when it came to be. Like we'll never have perfect knowledge, that's for sure.
Okay. I- I'll just say to that I think you have a little bit too much faith in the scientific narrative without looking into it yourself.
So
Because
I
it,
have a question. Why do you think this isn't? Do I look like someone who would
no,
make
no, but
claims that?
no, but what you're saying can be easily refuted if you look into the specific uh, methods that they have arrived to these numbers. And
Okay, I have.
when you find that this one doesn't work, on this one they lied, on that one it doesn't work, on that one they're hiding evidence about the times that it didn't work, you start realizing the known phrase that goes around for millennia, which is uh, how many times do you need to catch a liar to know that they're lying? If you catch them once, don't you then start
I mean,
suspecting that they might be
so
lying again?
so for one, right? Like science is not like a cabal of people who are trying to.
That's what
If
I thought.
anything,
That's
if
what I
any,
thought too.
yeah, it's that's definitely not the case. If anything, half the time they're trying to prove each other wrong, mainly because there's a lot of incentive for it. Like outside of the fame, there's a
I
lot of
get that.
money in it.
I get that. I've heard that many times. But the thing is that if you present the evidence for a
Okay.
narrative that doesn't fit the narrative, you don't get published
Okay,
in
well, that's
in the scientific journals.
well, well, that's a whole different story. It's not about not fitting a narrative, right?
But I'm
It's you
saying that
trying.
that would prove a cabal, though. It would prove that if you
No,
don't,
no, that's not true because
if you
they're
if what you are
hold on,
saying,
hold on,
if
hold
what
on.
you are saying is true, though, if that like everybody gets to say, then everything should be in the scientific journals. There should be a,
No, that
a
no, there's
study.
a no. This is how journals work, right? This is how publishing works. If you if you if you do an experiment, if you have an hypothesis, you do an experiment to prove your hypothesis is reflective of reality, right? What you do is that you'll submit a paper, right? And you'll submit the process you take in order to come to that conclusion, right? Now, if because what's going to happen now is that, okay, other scientists are going to take your paper, they're going to read it, and they're going to perform the experiments to see if they get the same results that you have, right? To see if what you're saying is reflective of your claim, right? Now, when it does not reflect your claim, then they say, well, we can't publish this because it doesn't do the things that you say it does, right? Now, here's the
I
problem.
get it. I get that.
Hold on,
That's
just
the
one more
theory
thing.
of how it should work,
No, 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 no,
and
no, no.
I'm
Hold on,
hearing
hold on, hold on,
something.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, but you're telling somebody who has a scientific degree, who has been in a university, how ABC works. I get that.
Okay.
I get it. I get it how it should
You,
work.
you're not, you don't know what I'm saying completely, though, right? Because you're
Um,
not letting me finish.
yeah, I'm just letting you know that I get that. I
I
mean,
mean,
you don't have
that
to explain this to me. Like, I
no,
get it.
well, well, you don't know what I'm going to say. Let me finish what I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm going to say is that okay, that is the process in which a paper would be confirmed, right? However, what you have nowadays, right, in specific fields, especially fields that have to do with physics, physics and even cosmology, is that people are submitting papers making claims without any experimental data or any way to test their claims. And so because of the university system trying to maintain funding, right, keep these people, themselves and these other people in work, right, they keep publishing these papers where that makes conclusions that no one can test. The most gross example of this is the amount of papers that get published on string theory, right? There is no way, no experiment that exists to verify or test the existence of the claims that string theory makes. But yet still you see a ton of them in journals. So what I'm trying to say to you is that yes, to some extent you are right in that in certain journals, right, there are specific biases that exist that publish papers that should not be actually published because they don't meet the criteria of what a public paper should be.
I'm with you, and I agree 100% that string theory is just unprovable, and the whole quantum physics is like uh, I as a Greek, I don't understand the term theoretical physics. Theoretical physics for me sounds like philosophy. Physics should not be theoretical only, because it's not physics if it's only theoretical, right? We've taken hypotheses and we have hypothesized on the hypothesis, and we've created like a whole new dimension of who knows. What I would like you to consider is that my position is that exactly what you define right now extends further than what you think. It happens when it comes to a lot of other things. I'll give you one quick example. Can you prove the Big Bang? Why is it in all school books?
Well, you can't, there's no way to quote unquote prove it, not at least not in
So,
the way of how you colloquially use it.
so in the same
You can
way,
find,
we cannot prove that we had a creator. In the
no,
same way, we
no,
can't prove that.
you can give a inference to the best explanation by looking at the evidence.
So
If I
why
were to
do
if I
so
were to
why
make an argument for God, like an intelligent design argument, that's the argument that I would use to show that God exists. I would use an inference to the best explanation based on the evidence that we have.
so why don't I get that too as a hypothesis in biology books? And when I say biology books, I don't mean the biology part, which according to the Greek term biology means how things work when it comes to bio, when it comes to life, right? When we go into where that life came from, I only get one narrative. The narrative is that life made itself. Why is that? If there
I
is
don't
no cabal,
I have never seen that in a biology book.
it's in all of them, man. It's in all scientific books that you get in a university and even in schools. I picked up the biology book of a 13-year-old girl. She was about to throw them away. The year ended, and she was throwing away the books. I'm like, wait. Can I have your biology books? And I picked up her biology books, and evolution is right there. It's right in it. If you pick up an astronomy book, it all comes down to how Big Bang created everything, and we have all these layers of things that needed to happen that we have no evidence of, that makes us arrive to billions of years, but we have no evidence for 6 different stages of theory, like the Big Bang, the creation of stars, the abiogenesis. All that is in every single university biology book. So,
and you think that exists because there's some cabal pushing that?
I want to see evidence. I want to see evidence. Otherwise, I want to hear I want to hear the other side as well. If there is
Okay,
no
but
evidence,
when you say evidence, what are you talking about? You can't say, well, show me evidence. Okay, what kind of evidence do you want?
okay, I'll
mean,
give
like
you
you
an
want to sit down and watch an actual star form,
I'll give okay,
or
okay.
like,
You bring up
you
that.
know,
Okay,
you
so
gotta
because that's
be more
where
precise.
because that's where the marble fell in the roulette, in the formation of stars. Okay, stars got from those clouds, which were like elements. They got together, and somehow gravity pulled them closer, and they formed the first stars. Where did the elements come from? Because from what I understand from astronomy, it's the stars that produce the elements. As they explode and they do all these explosions in stars and they cast out the CMEs, you get all those elements. So they are telling us for sure, scientifically speaking, that all the elements, they come from stars. Okay, But those same elements are being used in how the stars were formed. So which one came first?
I mean, the elements have to come first.
Where
I mean,
from?
that much, huh?
Where from?
I mean, you want to go through the whole process of that? I mean,
No, I want you to just think about where could the elements come from if there were no stars.
I mean, there was a point where there were no stars, but eventually stars came to be.
Right? You see that
Yeah.
that's so chicken and egg problem.
It's not a
Which one
chicken and egg
came?
problem. The
It's
elements need to
definitely
exist first.
it doesn't work. It's circular reasoning. You need the stars to make the
Hi,
element, but
if
you need
this
the
no
elements
no no
to
no no
make the stars. There
no
is
that
one way. There is one way out of this. There is only
there's
one.
nothing there's no piece of science literature you will find that would say that. It
Oh,
specifies
just
it specifies the elements that is needed
when
within
we
a
close the
within a
show,
within
when
a
you close the
specific
show, do me a favor. Google how were stars made.
I've more than Google it.
So don't tell me that that's not the narrative. It is the narrative.
It's not a narrative.
The, I,
It's something that we actually have seen and observed. If you
no,
want
we
me to
haven't.
find you, if you
No, we
want me to
haven't.
find you, if you want me to find
No,
you
we haven't. What
literature
happened? What
and